Hello everyone, hello. I'm here, it's Wednesday. What a fucking weird Wednesday it is, holy shit. We have a bunch of stuff going on tonight, just alone. I mean, obviously Mario Kart DLC dropped last night, but we might not even stream that tonight because they also just dropped a big TF2 update. Also, Limited Run Games just announced like a shit ton of like random old shit and like new shit. There's like a Zelda CDI inspired game that looks cool. Gex is back inexplicably, and he's still owned by Square Enix, which means they didn't sell off Gex, but they sold off the company that originally owned Gex. So that's funny. We have a lot we could talk about, but tonight is also a special night because we are doing our Week 0 review of the Motherfucker Morgan Draft League, or the MFL Motherfucker League. We're going to be taking a look at everybody's teams. We're going to have people talk about why they chose guys or why they didn't, or if they could just make a joke. I don't know. I've never done anything like this. We have like a fucking like stage set in Discord, which is like crazy to me. I don't know how any of this shit works. But yeah, I hope you're all doing well. Hope you're all having a good Wednesday. It's gonna be quite a night. Again, I was not anticipating there being a big TF2 update tonight. I was probably, like, I was gonna do this draft league, and then I think I wanted to do Mega Man 3. But now I'm like, is TF2 all the way? Once we're done with draft league stuff, is TF2 all the way, man? It's like the first big update in years. And, like, Valve says, like, oh, it's like a small seasonal update, you know? They added Versus Saxton Hale as an official game mode. Now, like, you have to understand, like, yeah, you could have played Versus Saxton Hale at any time in, like, a community server. But to have that become an official part of the game and have, like, multiple official maps that you can play on official Valve servers is crazy. That's crazy to me. It's like, it's like one step removed from, like, Freak Fortress being official. It's fucked up. But yeah, we could talk about that more when we get to it. I mean, I'm just about ready to begin our, Draft League review, I think. I don't know how the stages work. Apparently I'm in the audience for the stage.
Yeah, I need to make Morgan like a... Wait, here.
You have to make me big. Thank you. Oh wait,
Morgan has been permitted to speak again.
I'm allowed, yay!
It's a learning process. I think because Morgan's internet fucked up for a second, like it booted them into listener mode.
Oh, that probably explains it.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess maybe I'll just open up the sheet and I'll screen share it if you're down with that.
I got it, don't worry.
I guess. Whatever. Yeah. It doesn't matter. I'll also screen share it to me if you do it. You did it. You did it. You win. You win points.
I love points.
I need to get up. I need to put my fucking glasses on. I can't see this shit. Alright,
wait,
so
do we have an echo right now?
Do we have an echo?
Hazel in chat said, oh god, echo. What is the echo? Oh,
okay. Sorry. Okay. So
So we have 15 of our finest warriors to analyze.
So yeah, so we're just gonna go into each person's like individual sheet, and we're just gonna go through those in order. Because yeah, and we're just gonna go through them in alphabetical order because yeah, that's the order that they're in.
Mm-hmm.
So first we have Charlotte's the grand and enchanting tribunal of all things scoopful and clustly to the heart of my issues, the machine by which everyone will be judged, and also the damn judge of them all too, as well as the collective inventors of seesaws, spools, and bear repellent. These Pokemon came from a stupid canyon, and you can too, in 12 easy peasy steps. One of them got married to something earlier, but can you find out which? The unutterable and unfailing coalition of wealthy Lewis's out of Williamsburg weekend version. Truly a wonderful team name. And you can see, if you do click on a couple of the notes here on the side on Charlotte's name and pronouns, you can see that Charlotte has $5 quite a few times, which does make them one of the wealthiest kind of participants in the draft league.
Not as wealthy as me, though.
So it's an interesting dynamic that gets added to it. Yeah. And Charlotte drafted interesting stuff. They are not here, unless they are, and I can't see them, but they aren't, I'm pretty sure. And, but I helped them draft a lot of stuff, so I can speak to some of it. Their round 1 draft was Sneasler.
I know. Sneasler's fucked up, bruh. Sneasler is fucked up. Okay, so I'm gonna try and explain this, because there's gonna be people who are watching right now who aren't that familiar with competitive Pokemon. Here's, like, some of the shit that Sneasler does, and this is primarily with Unburden. I mean, you could be a little goofy and run the other abilities, but Unburden on Sneasler, from my own experience playing the game, is going to be the best. Because what Unburden does is, if you remove Sneasler's item, if you get Sneasler's item to be used up, they instantly double their speed. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
It's fucked up. And, like...
It's a removable speed boost. It's actually... Because there's moves like... There's moves like Haze and Clear Smog and stuff that remove stat boosts, but Unburden is not counted as a normal stat boost. So it can't be removed, it can't be copied. It really only goes away if Sneasler manually switches out or is forced to switch out. Which makes Unburden even more threatening. You know, for instance, like, one thing that is used commonly to beat a lot of, like, setup Pokemon like that is Choice Scarf Ditto, because Ditto turns into it and then has Choice Scarf so it outspeeds, while having the same stats. But Unburden makes it faster than the Choice Scarf, and Unburden can't be copied by the Ditto. So, like, there's a lot of really cool advantages to Unburden specifically that make it a really strong ability. Yeah, as Hale said in the chat, and Eve, yeah, Poison Touch is still really good. Like, Sneasler's just great. It's just amazing.
I mean, Poison Touch is good, but, like, Unburden is literally, like, you cannot match Sneasler's speed tier. And, like, Charlotte also drafted Tapu Koko, which Tapu Koko basically sets up a terrain, okay? And the terrains are basically, like, different versions of, like, the weathers. And what you can do with that is there's an item that gets used up when you're in the terrain. So you send out Tapu Koko first, you get Sneasler in, and then Sneasler instantly has, like, the single best speed tier in the entire game. It cannot be outsped. Nobody can, like, if if
Yeah,
it like
it is unprofitable.
if it gets like one turn to set up like a swords dance, you better fucking hope it does not have the coverage to just beat the shit out of you, because that 130 attack is not something to sneeze at. That is fucking brutal damage. Okay, I run this shit in OU. I know how fucked up Sneasler is.
Yeah. So yeah, Tapu Koko is another big one. I think you look at I'll be kind of also jumping into like the draft order thing just so I can remember what order stuff got drafted in. So yeah, Charlotte drafted Buzzwole second, and I think Buzzwole is kind of we mentioned Tapu Koko already. Tapu Koko is just really good. But Buzzwole is kind of an interesting thing because it has offensive presence. Obviously, I mean, you can look at, we have the stats here. It has 139 attack. That's nothing to fucking sneeze at. But Buzzwole, because of its access to like Roost and Leech Life, and its kind of interesting defensive typing that lets it wall ground types and certain other types that bother stuff, like for instance Sneasler. Buzzwole can just be a really annoying wall that just kind of doesn't die. Yeah, and that's kind of been a theme of Charlotte's draft in general. Is these Pokemon, like, just like all these Pokemon are things that kind of operate in two very like distinctly different modes of just like very slow defensive stall type gameplay and very fast offensive with stuff like Sneasler, Tapu Koko, or things that are just kind of in the middle that can kind of do both, and you just are forced to kind of guess what they're going to be, which I think makes Charlotte's roster really hard to prep for. Which kind of ties well into Sableye, which is the mega here. Sableye is almost exclusively like a stall mega. It doesn't really have an offensive presence, so it doesn't really get used for that. But like it makes it's just another even more like annoying thing where it's like, okay, is Sableye just gonna fucking like wall the shit out of me and like set up hazards and burn me and knock everything off on my entire team and like whatever, or is it gonna be a really fast? Is this just gonna be like a really fast hyper offense team? Yeah. We do have Gliscor, who is a boss. Everybody loves Gliscor.
Gliscor is like awesome. I love Gliscor.
Gliscor is like, everybody likes Gliscor. I think if you don't like Gliscor, you probably just don't like Pokemon. I'm like, what Pokemon could you possibly like if you don't like Gliscor?
Okay, so this is gonna be a dumb question. Which ability is Sand Veil? Is that an evasion ability?
Sand Veil is the evasion one, which actually I should
So that would be banned then.
Banned abilities are supposed to be crossed out, so I can actually do that right now. Sorry, there we go. No Sand Veil.
I was gonna say, it would be quite funny if it was like a different sand ability but still benefited from sand. Like, it would be very funny. Yeah. Like, the ultimate tech would be run Gliscor against any team that has a Tyranitar.
Yeah, we got 2 Tyranitar teams. We'll get to those. But yeah. Gliscor is another thing that kind of, like, you can see that really fat 125 defense, but also, nice, just generally balanced stat spread. It's pretty fast, pretty strong, pretty bulky. Poison Heal is one of the best abilities in the game. It makes it effectively immune to status while giving it better recovery per turn than Leftovers. With Toxic Orb.
Yeah, Poison Heal is awesome. I used to love running Poison Heal Gliscor back in the day. I also, real quick, I gotta say, well, first of all, thank you, Fishbread, for the follow and the sub. Is that Diana? Or is that someone else?
Yeah.
Okay, that is Diana. We also have a special follow from Iono Gym Leader Streamer. The real Iono from Pokemon.
That's crazy. It's the real one. That's nuts, dude. We gotta really step up our game, or else you won't be able to collab with the real Iono from Pokemon.
True. Also, I actually have to check, because someone mentioned it earlier, that Charlotte did draft Regieleki. I don't actually know if Regieleki outspeed. I think it might, if you run, like, a good amount of speed on Sneasler, it still outspeeds with Unburden. Hold on. What is...
I think that Scarf Regieleki might even still outspeed.
Well, Scarf Regieleki probably, yeah.
Scarfaleki is... I mean, it's a goofball set, but, like, you know, it is a thing that you can do. Scarfaleki is 822, 548 on normal. And
then yeah, it would outspeed. It says here that Regieleki's max speed normally is 548, which you wouldn't even need to run a crazy amount of investment to outspeed, unless they went goofy and went for, Scarf Reggie.
Yeah. Scarfaleki will outspeed it though, but unfortunately Charlotte has the lucky.
Yeah.
Anyways. But yeah, high score. Nice both strong defensive Pokemon that also can be a strong win condition with Swords Dance and Poison Heal and just impossible to kill sometimes, so high score is great. We have Regieleki. We already kind of talked about Regieleki. He just kind of does electric moves. Terra's banned in this draft, so no fucking Terra Blast Ice shenanigans.
Yeah, it kind of like fucked me up how good Terra Blast Ice was.
Yeah, so it's a little more limited, but you know it's still really nice with Sneasler and Tapu Koko. It acts as like another really fast pivot. It can click electric moves really good once their like ground types and stuff are removed. And yeah, it's also dual screens. So if Charlotte's going for a more hyper offense style, Regieleki is good at setting up dual screens and keeping that all those setup mons safe. Mamoswine is just a good other ground type and like ice type for removing the ground types that the electrics don't want to deal with. It's a good priority user. Charlotte doesn't actually have a ton of priority on this team, but Mamoswine Ice Shard is very strong.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with the priority is that, honestly, I don't know if she really needs it, because, like, I feel like, at least, I know I did. I drafted, like, a pretty slow team, while Charlotte has some really fast dudes already. I mean, she strictly has two of the fastest Pokemon in the draft. Sorry.
Yeah, it's great. But yeah, like, yeah, but priority's still nice. Like, it's still really good to have priority in case shit gets out of hand. Because sometimes a Dragonite uses Dragon Dance like twice, and you're just fucked. Or you know, some shit like that. We have Sauzel. Sauzel is kind of, actually, I think very emblematic of this team's kind of double life, where Sauzel is obviously a very threatening, it's very fast and strong special attacker. It can use Nasty Plot and sweep with that fire poison coverage.
So don't let it get too silly.
But like, sub-protect Toxic Sauzel is one of the most infuriating stall Pokemon for any team that's not prepared for it. Like, you don't know if you haven't fought that thing. Because Corrosion means that it can Toxic anything it wants. Well, not literally anything, but practically anything it wants. While it just sits behind the Substitute and gets its Black Sludge recovery, and just fucking annoys the shit out of you. And it does sub-protect, so it gets, you know, double Black Sludge recovery. And it can just make tons of progress on teams, just spreading Toxic, like against fucking, just obnoxiously. So Sauzel's great. Mantine's kind of a requisite bulky water. Everybody gotta have one. I don't know if there's anybody who doesn't have a bulky water type of some description.
I probably don't.
It's really hard to not have one. Oh, you did, but I can't remember. So so maybe you don't. Whatever. I don't think Diana has any bulky waters. We'll get to Diana soon. Yeah. Bronzong is a, like, nice, extra fairy resist here.
I forgot I had Slowking.
Slowking, the boss. Yeah, Slowking the boss. You know, Bronzong is just fun. We like Bronzong here. Sorry, nothing else to be said. Moving along. Masquerain. I think Charlotte just wanted webs, to be honest, on this one. And
I mean, Sticky Web is quite good.
Quiver Dance. Just webs and like a Quiver Dance Sweeper. I'm like kind of terrified of the prospect of like having a team that has like webs and Sneasler. It's like it actually almost seems like overkill, but it's like what the fuck do you do?
Yeah, I think like Charlotte has like definitely like the best like speed based on like webs and like having crazy speedy guys like Sneasler and Regieleki. Like they always win the speed war, basically. You have to be prepared to take a couple hits, I think. I actually want to say one thing about Bronzong is that I think it has cool tech where, you know, since it has Heatproof and Levitate, you can kind of like Charlotte could like easily pick and choose like based on matchups. Like, okay, Heatproof would probably be wiser here. Levitate would be probably wiser here. I feel like Levitate's probably gonna end up being more popular, but I feel like you could get some good usage out of Heatproof.
Yeah, and you don't want to fuck with the heavy metal Bronzong to wall heavy slam Celesteela. You're ready for that shit, bro. But then you're fucked by Grass Knot. Yeah, Masquerain's nice. It's also like a little defogger. Charlotte has like pretty good hazard control overall. It's played also another hazard control thing. It can boom on stuff. It can rapid spin. It can trick room. Trick Room is kind of weird for Charlotte, but like having an anti-Trick Room thing is probably pretty good, frankly. Having something that can just click Trick Room if they have Trick Room is good. Like that's something I could see being brought against, you know, somebody like Faye, for instance, who has a pretty strong Trick Room bug. No Leaksies, but it's just a thought. And Scyther, I mean, I'm told that that's your favorite Pokemon.
You know what? Now that you mention it, it really is. What's yours?
Scyther, I'm pretty sure. So, moving along. We do have that's Charlotte's. Is there any like last things you want to say about Charlotte's squad?
I do kind of want to say, Scyther has some interesting tech, honestly. I mean, Technician is funny. Storm, if you want to be crazy.
You can't count out dual Wing Beat, like Technician Wing Beat. It's strong.
And I mean, obviously with the Eviolite, Scyther's going to be really, like... I mean, Bug Flying is a terrible type to be defensively, but for the things it could wall, I think it'll do good against.
Yeah, Scyther looks so frail, but it actually has 70-80-80 bulk, which with Eviolite is really not bad. And you can do like also just like a boot set with like Defog and Roost and like, you know, Scyther actually is more versatile than, you know, it might be given credit for. Yeah. But yeah, we move along to Devi's now. I know Devi is really not experienced with Pokemon, with competitive Pokemon. but they drafted a bunch of faves, which I appreciate. They are here. If they want to say any stuff, I don't know if you want to. You're all. I can. I guess try to invite you. Invite to speak. Okay. So Devi, if you want to talk about any of your picks, just even if there's no analysis to it, just talk about why you picked them, why they're your faves.
Okay, just let me adjust my audio
Yeah.
so I don't cause problems to people's ears. So basically, I did pretty much pick all of these on sheer favorites, besides being suggested to go for Swampert.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I picked all these just because I like them, and it turns out that a good amount of my favorites are apparently not too bad. Like Victini, for example, I had no idea that was going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
And Grass Cat's apparently a big one. So I'm actually pretty proud of those picks. But I feel like not all of these are gonna do too good, but I feel like I can work with that.
Yeah.
If anything, I'm persistent.
I mean, I definitely got...
Whoever did fill this in, I do want to say, like fucking WAFFLOES mentioned it, but yeah. So whoever filled in Celebi on this decided to write it as onion type, and as onion fairy instead of grass.
That's awesome.
I did not fill that in, but I think it's a good bit, so I kept it.
Yeah, so I saw that.
A few of these I have used, so I can definitely speak on Victini, Meowscarada, Blissey.
Yeah.
I mean, Victini is one of my favorite Pokemon too, so Devi, you're a real one. But Victini is fun. It gets a stupid amount of moves, and Fire Psychic is not a bad stab combination at all. Victini, with any of the base 100s, I feel like a lot of their strength comes from sheer versatility of sets. Obviously not as much as Mew. Mew has the stupidest amount of sets in the world. You cannot prepare for Mew. But Victini has a lot it can do. I mean, it gets Reshiram and Zekrom's moves. Victory Star is pretty dope.
It means that it gets to use a lot of moves that are normally a little more inaccurate and have them be fully accurate or close to it, which is really nice.
Yeah, I remember also when I would play a lot with Delphox, it kind of became a force of nature once I got Psyshock on it for some reason.
Psyshock is a good stab.
Yeah. Yeah.
Meowscarada is interesting also. I feel like Meowscarada, part of the strength of it is also kind of not necessarily versatility in the same way as Victini, but you have a few different ways you can go with Meowscarada. You can go Hazards, you can go Choice Band or Choice Scarf. You could do some completely goofy shit that nobody will expect because it's just a really solid Pokemon. I mean, Protean isn't as good as it used to be, but
it's still you still smack them. And you can always go Overgrow. There's no shame in Overgrow.
Overgrow Flower Gift would be kind of scary.
Swampert was a personal suggestion from me. I looked at what Devi had drafted to that point, which, for the record, these pages aren't in order, but this isn't in order of drafting. This is just in order of tiers. But I looked at what Devi drafted so far, and I was kind of if Devi got Swampert right now, I think that everything would just kind of be able to work. I was you could build a lot of things, kind of you could draft whatever, but Swampert would be good enough kind of glue to just put it together and have Meowscarada and Victini and some of these other scary threats be really threatening. So I personally recommended Swampert.
I think it's really funny.
For a reason.
I think it's really funny, The ultimate tech you could do with Swampert, Devi, if you're fighting Charlotte, and this is me giving ideas to the competition because I'm an honorable sport, if you run Damp Swampert against Charlotte, Charlotte cannot fucking bring Regieleki at all. Like, Regieleki, Swampert is literally a hard, like, Damp Swampert is a hard counter to Regieleki. That even the threat of it might just prevent Charlotte from being, like, from even thinking about it, which...
That's funny.
Yeah, it's a good bit. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Swampert gets flip turn.
Okay, so I want to talk about this Dust Noir and Sco villain situation really quick. So, like, okay. Basically, so, like, you'll see that Dust Noir was a tier 2 drafted, it was a tier 6 drafted as a tier 2, and you'll also see that Sco villain was a tier 4 drafted as a tier 5. And you may be wondering, why the fuck aren't those just switched on the fucking sheet? And the reason for that is, I thought it was really funny. To keep it that way. That's like the order they were drafted. And I thought it was really funny to keep it that way. Because, basically what happened with Scovillain, and this is a, like, story, we might talk about it a little more when we talk about, like, trades and stuff, when we talk about Lillie. USA Lily's roster. We have a USA Lillie and a Canada Lillie. But they're spelled differently, but they're pronounced the same. But Scovillain was a tier 4, and I don't really know how it ended up as a tier 4. And then Lillie drafted it as a tier 6, and nobody, like, stopped her. Because nobody realized that it wasn't a fucking tier 6. And then Lillie, like, felt bad or thought it was useless or whatever, and just decided to trade it off, like, later. I decided to give her a free trade for it, like, it was a buyback program of sorts.
I scooped that shit up because funny animal.
Devi, yeah, so Devi asked, like, okay, what tier is Scovillain? And then, WAFFLOES, who's in chat, said, oh yeah, it's tier 5. Even though it is tier 4. So, Devi picked it up as a tier 5, and I looked at it, and I thought, oh yeah, it must be a tier 5, yeah, sure. Even though I knew it was a tier 4, I remembered it being a tier 4, but I allowed myself to believe it was still a tier 5. So
it was so funny.
Scovillain got drafted a tier, like, in a lower tier twice, and we just kind of allowed it, and I think it's fucking hilarious.
It's great because I know nothing about these tiers. I don't know what they mean, so I'm like, yeah, I'll take the pepper.
Scovillain, I don't know, it's not that good, so it didn't matter.
I mean, the way I would see, like, Scovillain working is, like, maybe with one of the faster, like, Mons, like, setting up the sun. Like, that's what Scovillain is good for. Scovillain is good as a fucked up chlorophyll guy. Because I have gotten, like, fucked up on the ladder by Scovillain when it's running chlorophyll. But when Scovillain is stuck with its kind of, like, mid as fuck, like, 75 speed tier, then, like, yeah, it's not that good.
Yeah, it's whatever.
But, I mean, fire is always, like, gonna be, like, a pretty good offensive type IMO.
Yeah, I've always been kind of a fire guy.
Yeah. Dust Noir is, not really a tier 2, but I honestly think it's really not bad for tier 6, and, like, it's not bad for tier 5 either, which is kind of technically what it is. I literally just kept, like, if I were doing this, like, if this were by the books, I would switch Dust Noir and Scovillain here. Because it's, like, actually how it should be, but it's so funny to memorialize the Scovillain problem. The Scovillain scenario. But I honestly think Dust Noir isn't that bad. Some people think it's terrible, but I don't know. I think it's kind of a... I think Dust Noir is kind of a pimp. I'm being real.
Dusknoir is one of my favorite Pokemon in the entire world, so I had to jump for it.
It's got decent bulk potential.
It has decent bulk, and it hits all right. It's got, like, moves, and it it can burn you. It can like set up trick room. It can fucking do all this random weird shit. I like Dusknoir. It's
Just a goofy guy.
yeah. He's just a goofy guy at the end of the day. You know, he's not a good like ladder Pokemon, but in draft, I think Dusknoir's pretty alright. This is like Hisui is scary. We like this. We like to situate Hisui around here. Also, the fucking triple arrow is the cheapest move in the game. Scrappy triple arrows. You can just click that over and over again against any slow team, and it's really hard for things to be done about it consistently.
Do you want to hear my honest to God reason why I went for it?
Yeah.
It's kind of orange, and I like that.
He's kind of orange.
It's kind of orange, though.
Morgan, have you Oh wait, you can see the logos. All the logos are visible.
Yeah.
On your screen. I have to scroll to them because I
3D modeled that.
Oh really?
Yeah,
That's
it was
awesome.
a model and that I drew over it. It's like
Awesome.
there's still a ton of it still in there though.
It looks really good. Like it looks really good.
Thank you.
I will say that. Like I remember looking at it and being like, damn, that's such a fucking like pro looking logo.
For real? I just kind of
genuinely.
scribbled it.
I mean, your scribbles are fucking godlike.
Thank you.
What can I say?
It's 3 a.m. I forget.
But yeah. Blissey's just a fat pink thing.
Literally.
You can never fucking count out a fat pink thing.
I love Blissey.
They will fuck your shit up.
Devi,
Fairy types are pretty good.
Devi,
It's not, but it's a fat pink thing.
Devi, I'm speaking directly into your ear. If you wanted to be the funniest person in the entire league, you would draft, like, Assault Vest, Serene Grace, Blissey. If you wanted to be, like, the ultimate funny guy, you would run, like, Flamethrower, Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, threaten, like, a 20% chance of a status with all of your hits. Plus, like, Soft-Boiled is, like, I mean, it's still good, but it's not as good anymore because his PP kind of sucks, so it might almost be, like, funnier to just run Serene Grace and be a fucking goofball.
I do like being funny.
Dude, the PP suckers. The PP suckers are coming out in full force.
Yeah, we got some PP. We got some PP suckers in chat.
I like didn't know what Delphox's stats were. I was like pretty sure that Delphox's stats were terrible and that it was useless. And then I looked at its stats and I was like, damn, those are pretty good. And like the moves are pretty good too.
Basically only used Delphox for a while in the games it was available in. It's pretty good, and I'm kind of obsessed with it because Funny Fox.
I mean, yeah, you've like starters do all have decent stats, but it actually has like a real speed tier, and like it's not you're not like 104 is like a real speed stat to have that isn't fake, and it's like it has good like numbers and it has good moves. I don't know. I was kind of pleasantly when I was typing in Delphox's numbers. I was like, damn. I might not have actually been the one who typed them in. Delphox is pretty good though.
Delphox is definitely like. I'm looking at this team again, and honestly, I think that like doing like Sun shenanigans wouldn't be a terrible idea, and I think Delphox would be a great benefactor of that. Because
Celebi. Celebi, the human fairy. Celebi is oh, this shouldn't be here on DNC. This is only for Mega DNC. It's just Clear Body. Yeah, Onion Fairy is a strong defensive typing now. Celebi's good. Celebi is, it's one of the like base 100 Dixie things, so it has 100 stats all over the board, which is good because that's good stats. Yeah, and it learns a lot of good moves. It does good stuff. We think it's useful.
I think the main thing
here. Thumbs up.
I think the main thing that Celebi has to worry about is like U-turn and stuff.
Yeah.
'Cause,
I mean,
like,
there's a reason why Celebi stopped being like a OU staple after
Yeah.
Gen 3 because U-turn started existing. But Celebi was amazing in Gen 3. You know, we can't fucking count this out. But it learns a lot of good support moves. It learns a lot of good it just learns everything. I don't know. It's good.
we should do a codename Steam Draft League.
What would that? How would that even work? What is
Well-
the codename Steam
Well,
Draft League?
here's how it would work. You join the team.
Yeah, we have Dancy. Dancy's a pretty good it's a pretty good like little thing.
Sorry, I'm laughing really hard about Huckleberry Finn as tier 3.
Hey, Blink and Mecha is my mega. But,
Yeah, Diancie is quite good.
yeah, it's a nice little hazard setter. It sets hazards. It has like 150 defense and special defense, which is good numbers. So it can wall stuff. It learns like heal bell and stuff. It has some good support moves. It has some options. It's got 2 pretty good attacking stats. I think it's like best overall as like primarily a little hazard setter, but you know, in general, it's a solid support Pokemon. I think it has a pretty good defensive typing. I think it's a good budget pick in tier 5. We've kind of already covered Scope Ellen, so we can move past that.
Special little thing.
Yeah, Absol is interesting. Absol is like really strong.
That's the only one that I actually chose because I thought it would be fucked up.
Yeah, it's pretty strong for a tier 6. Like, I think it's quite strong. It is fast enough to be like a usable choice bander or other like choice user and click fat fucking knockoffs and like sucker punches and whatnot. It probably rolls over a lot of slower teams, which is nice. You know, it's a pretty good factor to have in like a friggin' tier 6. And Aromatisse is another fat pink thing.
Yeah.
It learns fat pink thing moves, and it presses fat pink thing buttons.
I mean, Fairy is always going to be a good type to have.
Having bulky Fairy is always nice. It has Wish and Heal Bell with 101 HP, so it passes pretty big wishes. It's kind of slow, so you know it's mostly going to be reserved for like that cleric role, but as a budget cleric and bulky fairy, it's actually really solid, I think.
Yeah.
So.
Plus, it's a fat pink thing.
Yeah, fat pink thing. We love fat pink things. Or some people might hate them. I don't know.
I don't.
But yeah. Any final thoughts overall?
If you hate fat pink thing, get help. Grow up.
Grow up.
My final thought is that Devi can never bring Mega Obama Snow against me, lest I pull little schmicks on them.
Oh, we didn't even talk about Mega Obama Snow.
Yeah.
It's okay. I picked it because Obama, and then I thought, wait, I actually hated using Mega Obama Snow in Pokemon X.
It's kind of cute though.
It is kind of cute.
it's like a really fat cat.
Yeah. It's like a weird like Persian cat or something. Yeah.
Let me be clear. Ain't nobody drafting little homie gay ass.
Little homie gay ass.
Okay, so closing that out.
Yep.
So yeah, thank you for your time, Devi. We gotta move on to Diana, who is
hold on.
here.
People in chat were requesting that Lilly go next. Canadian Lilly because she has Gundam obligations later.
Okay. Okay.
Ooh, Gundam?
Oh, Diana also has to go? Wait, which one of you has to go sooner? Okay. Well, that works out. We'll do Lilly and Diana. We could do Diana, Lilly. We'll do Diana first, and then Lilly.
Yeah.
That
yeah,
works.
Okay. That should be fine. We should have enough time. Let's try to be fast.
Alright,
Yeah.
I'm gonna head out, I think.
It should be reasonably fast because it's rain, and a lot of the stuff is really self-explanatory. Alright.
Yeah,
I'm pulling Diana in.
This is the most blue team I've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alright.
hi, is everything fine?
Yeah, we knew. Hi. So, yeah, there's a lot of blue stuff here.
Yeah,
A lot of blue guys.
I think there's a bug on my screen.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's mostly blue. Is that the stream issue?
Yeah. No, I think it's because you like the water and you like the sea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, we go through these, Diana drafted round 1 teleport for Rain. This is a Rain team with Rain Pokemon on it. We have, and then we go down the list. Ferrothorn is a Rain Pokemon because it just synergizes extremely well with Rain and with water types.
He's kind
It's
of like
fucking-
Dewey in my ocean, if you think about it.
Yeah. He's like a sea mine.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, Mega Torpedo is actually not the traditional Rain Mega, but it's kind of cute though. He's kind of cute. He's kind of cute with it though.
Speed Boost is, like, kind of crazy for it to have.
Yeah.
If you, like, hold out,
Yeah.
like, a turn or two for Mega, like,
Yeah.
Mega Sharpedo seems like it could snowball out of control. The only problem is figuring that out because base Sharpedo is frail as fuck.
Yeah,
I would have decided to go for Thwomper for sure, but it's not a shark, and that's not as funny.
Yeah, Sub Protect is like a set that it can run if it really wants to, and honestly, it doesn't need the coverage that much. If it just has Water Move and Dark Move, it kind of can be strong. So you can like Sub Protect and get a couple speed boosts up in the Mega. But Mega Torpedo, it's a great cleaner. It's nice. Latias is good.
Yeah, I didn't mean to draft that one. It crashed into the ocean, and I just figured, why not, since I was there.
It's Latias clicks the buttons good, and it's bulky, and it has Healing Wish, so it can like let something get another sweep going. Just restart a sweep. It's cool. We like Latias here. It just does good stuff. And then now we get into the water zone. We have Legion female. That
my team, this is kind of the ocean of my team, where there's sort of land around it, and this is see, and there's some lakes near the edge.
Yeah. Legion female is like versus male. It's kind of interesting because it's a lot of the physical swift swimmers are in the lower tiers. And Basket Legion female is like one of the only special Swift Swim users, and with Last Respect banned, Basket Legion male is a little less desirable as a Swift Swimmer. You actually kind of almost prefer having the access to Shadow Ball and just like instant like versatility of Basket Legion female over male, who really can't click any ghost moves.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing I always say, when it comes to firing beams, I'll always pick a woman over a man.
Yeah.
Basically.
Basque Legion female specifically is like kind of deceptively strong because like 100 special attack doesn't seem like a crazy amount, but then you like get the rain boost and you use like a hydro pump and then you realize, okay, 100 is actually pretty fucking good for this beast.
And then you just think about like, I don't know, like fucking Dragapult has 100 special attack, and that's Dragapult, man. You ever eaten a Dragon Pulse? Shadow Ball and liked it? I don't think so. Manaphy is the threat.
I have a thing I need to say about Manaphy. So, they say all trainers are created equal, but you look at me and you look at Charlotte and you see that statement is not true. So normally if you go one-on-one with another trainer, you got a 50-50 chance of winning. But I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal. So you got a 25% chance at best at beating me. When you add a Sea Angel to the mix, your chances of winning drastically go down. So the one-on-one in week 2, you got a 33 1/3 chance of winning. But I got a 66 2/3 chance of winning. The Sea Angel knows they'll ice beam you. Not even gonna die. So Charlotte, you take your 33 1/3 chance minus my 25% chance, you got an 8 1/3 chance of winning in week 2. You take my 75% chance of winning since we were to go one-on-one, and then add 66 2/3%. I got a 141 2/3 chance of winning in week 2. Charlotte, the numbers don't lie. They spell disasters for you on week 2.
Fuck yeah. Thank you for that.
This is the most Australian you've heard, Diana.
Yeah, I was on the phone a bit ago, so I was talking to family. So I'm stuck in this voice, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, Manaphy is terrifying in rain. It can rest, and hydration lets it immediately be cured of the sleep, and then it's just fully healed. Tail Glow is the best boosting move in the game, and it gets to click Tail Glow, rain boosted, surfs, and whatever the fuck it wants, and just not die, and just kill everything, and it's really scary. We like Manaphy. Or we don't, I don't know, I'm scared of it, so...
Yeah, Manaphy seems fucked up. Again, another, really good base 100.
Yeah, Milotic is a really cool, Milotic's fat as fuck, and it's awesome, and it learns all the moves that you want, a defensive Pokemon to learn. It's like the platonic ideal of a bulky water, and it learns Slip Turn.
It kind of
honorary fat pink thing.
It kind of is.
Marvel Skill is a great ability. Having that option of just kind of, hey, okay, I'm gonna absorb this scald or whatever. I'm gonna get burned. Okay, now I have 1.5 times defense. It's pretty nutty. It's really nice. Tentacle's great. It gives a Toxic Spikes Rapid Spin option. More really good special bulk and just general utility. Toxic Spikes Absorber. Rain Dish makes it really hard to kill also.
I do think the biggest weakness for sure is that it doesn't have a brain.
Yeah. That might be a problem.
That makes it pretty hard, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably why it's a tier 4. If it was a tier 3, if it had a brain, tier 3 probably.
Easy, yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Barraskewda has little finnies.
Barraskewda actually being tier 4 is kind of surprising to me, because I've gotten fucked up by Barraskewda before. That thing is deadly.
Yeah.
That's what most
it just kind of
say.
rain. And, I don't know. It doesn't need rain. The numbers are still good. Its attack and speed are still very good. It's just kind of Barraskewda without rain is like a dog without a bone.
It's also like a Barracuda maybe out of the water. Not exactly very fast. It's pretty slow, actually.
Barraskewda and rain actually probably has, I think the speed tier is probably still below Regieleki, but it's above Sneasler, which...
Yeah, Barraskewda rank is the one thing that beats Unbird and Sneasler. Except for Unbird and Excelgor, which we'll get to.
There is a Charlotte's team that's going to be unburdened when we fight. let me just say that.
Yeah. Barraskewda is great. That's the kind of physical swift swimmer. It really... It works well with Basculegion. They're buddies. They're homies. Bruxus clicks the buttons good. Strong buttons on that one. The Psychic Fangs, the Liquidations. We like the Bruxish buttons. We like Strong Jaw moves, and we like attacks. Sorry, it's just kind of normal. Brux is just kind of normal. I don't know. It just clicks buttons.
Yeah, well, it was the only one I didn't actually. That wasn't part of the plan. I originally had a spider there, but Ellie. Well, you were picking for Ellie, but I intend to do War now because I was.
Yeah.
My futures were stolen.
Yeah. The spider was stolen. The Araquanid was taken.
Yeah,
Truly
I'm
by
not.
me/Ellie.
I'm not okay with it.
Swellow is fucking evil in Rain. Actually, I think you guys I need to tell you guys something, which is that Swellow can click Specs, Swellow, Boom Burst, and obviously Scrappy Boom Burst with Specs is really good, and then Swellow in Rain also gets to have perfect accuracy Hurricanes with Specs also at the same time, and it's 125 speed, so it's just like a generally fast thing. This bird is fucking scary. I was doing some calcs with Swallow Boom Burst, and I was really scared of them. It was like 2-hit KOing Mega Sableye or something with Boom Burst with Specs. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
See,
I didn't
even know Swallow got Boom Burst. That is fucked up.
Yeah, Scrappy Boom Burst.
That's
not something to be
fucked
fucked with. It is not to be fucked with. Tier 6 Lantern, really good for dealing with electric types. I think it's a great value pick for just kind of absorbing those electric moves and dealing with them in a way that isn't for Hawthorne, who is a guy high.
They're my team's anchor, but if you rely on anchor too much, it just drags the ship down.
Yeah. Lantern is also, it's reasonably bulky. It absorbs the volts with Volt Absorb.
Oh wait, is that what that does?
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
He just picked it because he liked it.
Oh no, well, yeah, I thought, okay. I was mostly using Illuminate in case it was a cave that we were fighting in.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
They made Illuminate do something in the DLC? In the Scarlet Violet DLC, it was leaked. They gave Illuminate an effect. You can't have your accuracy lowered.
It's over.
Once the Scarlet Violet Violet DLC comes out, Illuminate will prevent accuracy lowering. So be prepared for the meta to change.
It's going to change in my favor.
Yeah. Yeah, that tier 6 is about to be a tier 1.
My luck is about to turn around, and you all know it.
Yeah. And then we have Beartick, who's kind of a nice little alternative swift swimmer. It's not that fast, but it hits hard, and it is a different type than all the other swift swimmers, which is nice.
Yeah, which was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. I needed more. It's a light blue, and it really just clashes the rest of my team.
Yeah.
I have to be careful of Beartick because it could run Swift or Slush Rush to punish me specifically.
Yeah. But also...
yeah, that's true, yeah.
But also, Beartick doesn't learn Ice Shard for some reason. And I was like, why the fuck is... That's fucked up. That's stupid. Yeah. Anyways, also, Diana, do you want to explain Harold Holt to the people? Do you want to,
well, I mean, he's...
Morgan, if you want to scroll over to the logo, and just... we can explain Harold Holt.
Thank you, Sienna, you made that. It's a really fucking good logo. Harold Holt, tasted... I mean, according to my team, it tasted pretty good. He was, an Australian Prime Minister who went missing. He died, but he wasn't initially reported where he went, and so there's a lot of conspiracy theories about what happened. What seems to probably almost certainly happened is that he went for a swim somewhere he shouldn't have gone, got drifted out to sea and just fucking drowned, like you would do in that situation. But it's the kind of thing of just oh, the guy who's very important in politics just vanishes someday. So this has got to be a conspiracy, and it is. We fucking ate him. He didn't even drown yet. He was alive when it happened.
You know what's really funny? I had been misreading your team's name as We Are Harold Holt the whole time. Your team was some kind of fucked up hive mind of this dude that I did not know because I have no knowledge of Australian politics.
You are what you eat.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So, any final
I'm
thoughts?
I'm the final thought. I'll be the only one standing at the end of it.
All right. Thank you, Diana.
You're all fucked.
I'm trying to be the final thought. This is fucked
All
up.
right. Let's move on to Lilly, who needs to go before we die, before death. Invite to speak. We have this rough up here. Hi. So, yeah. Hopefully we should have a decent amount of time for you to go through your stuff.
I'll be fine.
Okay.
I can
So-
stall through time before I get drafted into the Gundam War.
Yeah. So yeah, we have your so your first draft was Rillaboom.
Yes.
So yeah, Rillaboom kind of the anti-offense god. Just kind of like, hey, it's me. I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna click Glizzy Glide, and
I
I'm
love
gonna
gliding.
throw. He can throw more Glizzies than anyone else.
He's so good at it.
Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Rillaboom, great kind of anti-offense Pokemon. I think it kind of you got kind of a hyper offense thing going on here.
Yeah.
And I think.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I think Rillaboom has kind of an anti-offense thing, helps you because it helps you deal with opposing offensive teams that might have a little more speed or a little more other things that might
Yeah, I really liked, well, Rillaboom was my first choice just because I was like, I know this thing is good, and when it comes to drafting, when it comes to me making any Pokemon team, I run into the issue I always run into, which is, okay, this time I'm not going to make a hyper offense team. I'm just going to pick stuff that I think works, and, I think is good. Okay, I'll start with Rillaboom. Gyarados is pretty good. I'll go with Ceruledge. God damn it, it's hyper offense again.
Yeah.
Every time I just accidentally make hyper offense, but Rillaboom and as was mentioned in chat, Dragonite, like those were two picks that were like these kind of help like offset that, because Rillaboom is just like it's good at being offensive, but it can also like be slow and defensive if needed. Same thing for Dragonite, which I really think was I really like Dragonite here. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you have good
I
insight.
personally like Dragonite. I like that's why I went for Dragonite, because I figured Dragonite is a good pick to kind of offset the because it's really bulky. Like multi-scale makes it like it's able to eat things very well. So like I can run it offensively if I need to, but if I don't need to, then I can just kind of make it like a bulky attacker with multi-scale or multi-scale like leftovers or boots. Which I probably will be running boots on it the most, but I have no idea. I shouldn't reveal my plan. You can. I digress. Revealing my fucking plans right in front of the crowd. But yeah, I think obviously I accidentally made hyper offense like every other time I make a team, but I think some of those choices like kind of help like offset it. Or rather just like they help like patch up the holes that come from hyper offense, because hyper offense I think is like it's always going to be like some kind of good in Pokemon, but it also always will have its weaknesses where like if you punch holes in it, it like can't recover super well. So these are good ways.
Needs some momentum.
This allows me to like, okay, let's chill out a bit, let's go into Rillaboom, let's click the Glizzy Glide button a few times, let's get like 500 HP and let's chill out.
And then we get the Mega Gyarados in that Mega slot. I think Gyarados is kind of a cool Mega. I think especially against we don't have that many unaware mons in this draft, but having something that ignores unaware is really nice. Like Mold Breaker lets you just poke through that, and Mega Gyarados is honestly like its defensive utility is honestly pretty solid. Like, before it Mega Evolves, it has Intimidate, and then you have that 95, 109, 130 bulk, which is just wonderful.
Yeah.
So Mega Gyarados is, you know, that's its own kind of bulky utility, but it's also a great sweeper, obviously, once it's gotten its Dragon Dance up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm never gonna be able to bring Skeledirge against this team.
Yeah. Yeah, it does hate being on fire,
It
yes.
does hate being on fire.
True. The will of the wisp.
Surlage is one of those mons that you really kind of have to, like, have a plan for, which is always an annoying thing in draft. You know, it'll either be kind of the endure. It'll be maybe a bulkier, like, bulk up set that just tries to kind of get its boosts in a more honest fashion, or it's like an endure slash sash, like weak armor set that just sweeps you once it gets like its SD or whatever, or it gets like its pinch berry, like its Slack or whatever the fuck. So Surlage can be really really scary. It's something that you have to prep really hard for.
I mean, Fire Ghost
which is always
Fire Ghost is a crazy stab combination, and weak armor is like one of the most annoying things in the world to play around.
I personally have some faith in Cerulege. Like I find it probably might be a little hard to work it in, but I think like when I can get it to work, like it is going to work.
Yeah.
Because like it is a pretty decent mon, and I'll be honest, like part of the reason I drafted it was just because I was like, I want Cerulege. That thing's so fucking cool, and also it's kind of good. And it also completed out my grass, water, fire like circle. Even though like I probably could have picked a better fire type, but I was just like, I want the one that's cool. I want the one that looks like a Gundam.
But yeah, it requires so much prep, even if it's not like, even if it's not infallible, your opponent still have to play around a lot, and a lot of the time your opponent will over prep for something like Cerulege, which can be great. Cleavor is cool. It clicks Stone Axe.
Fuck yeah! Let's go, Cleavor!
We like clicking Stone Axe. It has a few good sets, like obviously Band and Scarf are really good. It has good Scarf speed tier. It's that 85, which is kind of a nice number for Scarfers. And it's got agility. So the agility, sharpness boosted moves are obviously great as well. It can definitely sweep with those, with that fat attack stat. So it's got options. Assault Vest is actually quite good with its stat spread. Boots are obviously good to just kind of mitigate the stuff. It can defog, it can roost. I think Cleavor's pretty solid. I think people have kind of forgotten about Cleavor because Samurai Sui is so good. But Cleavor's still really good. It still keeps the pressure on for sure. We have Azelf.
Fast as fuck.
Yeah, it's fast. It has all of the moves that you could ever want as like a lead or as like just like a weird little support thing that it can set up its like Trick Room, or it's like fucking like it can set up its rocks, spikes, fucking whatever the hell. Explode. We love exploding.
I love exploding.
Be damned.
Yeah, honestly,
you know.
I think the Azelf tech is to just blow up and act like you don't know nobody.
That's
Nasty
true.
Plot's good. It got a new it got a new signature move in Legends, which is pretty good too. The fucking whatever the hell it's called. I'm gonna look up what it's called now because I don't remember, but it's pretty good. It does the thing.
Azelf has like outside of terrain, Azelf on this team also has the highest speed tier, and it's like a pretty good speed tier too. Like it'll probably like get off a big attack.
Mystical power. So that's like that's the new like that's the new Lake Trio signature move that Legends added, and it's a 70 base power psychic move that has a 100% chance to raise your special attack one stage. So it's kind of like a psychic torch song. So like that's its own little option that Azelf has that it can kind of set up a weird little sweep with. Maybe even pair with like stored power or something, or like fucking Calm Mind or whatever the hell. So you know, it can miss, yes, but it is a cool option that I think is worth mentioning. Magnezone's a nice little steel trapper. It's good for dealing with like it pairs obviously well with Dragonite. Just removing those steel types that Dragonite might hate. Your classic Drag Mag. Also removing fairy types just by virtue of being steel. It can do that as well.
Yeah, Magnezone is interesting. Magnezone is very interesting, because Magnezone used to be one of the greats, and part of it was definitely hidden power, but, like, even without hidden power, like, it's still, like, decently strong. I do think that Magnezone struggles against steels that are not weak to electric.
Yeah.
Like, if you're fighting, like, you know, if you're fighting fucking Ferrothorn...
Like Ferrothorn. Like, you have to, like...
Yeah.
You have to, like, Iron Press, and even then, like, you have to be sure that you're not taking, like, a million fucking chip from Iron Barbs and Rocky Helmet and Leech Seed and... But, you know, Magnezone good, and it also is just a very good deterrent. Like, you have it on your roster, and they're like, fuck, they have Magnezone. Like, can I bring my Steel type?
Like, I think even against the Steel types that, like, Magnezone can't directly threaten, like... There are options I have that can threaten them, so I can switch into them and get either a free switch, or if they, like, predict that I'm going to predict the switch and I can stay in. Like, it creates a very, like, helps bring me some momentum. Like, I found that, like, when playing my first match.
Yeah.
Which I know we're not, like, talking about spoilers, but I just figured I'd mention it. Just, like, that does help, like, bring some momentum. Just that threat of, like, Magnezone exists, even if it can't beat me, like, okay, she sent in Magnezone, I'm trapped, fuck, it, like, now I have to worry about, like, I don't know, hypothetical, like, Ceruledge, or, you know, the greatest Pokemon of all time, Sock.
Yeah.
We'll get this.
And especially in Draft, like, you can afford to make your Magnezone set extremely specific. Like, on Ladder, you need to be kind of general, but you can EV your Magnezone and make it set so specific that it, like, just specifically traps and, like, guarantees destroys, like, any set of whatever their, like, 1 or 2 steel types are, which is another advantage of Magnezone in this format. Toxicity was a trade. We have it, it's one of our first trades. I believe it was originally...
It was, Torkoal.
It's Torkoal, yeah. It was originally Torkoal, and you wanted a grounded poison type, right? You got scared into wanting a grounded poison type.
My thing was, like, I think my original reason for drafting Torkoal was because, like, okay, something to, like, deal with weather, and, like, also I guess it kind of buffs like Ceruledge, like, because you're fire, but. As soon as I did realize, like, I don't have a grounded poison type, I was like, okay, that's a little annoying, because, like, other hazards, they're annoying, but I can kind of, like, stomach that, in like, some capacity, but not having an answer to T-spikes could, like, I figured, like, that sounded risky, and also, like, when I sat and thought about it, I was like, I don't really, other than, like, weather control, like, what am I using Torkoal for? I'm still, like, on the fence about if it was a good trade or not. I do like Toxicity, though. I think it does have, like, a lot of, like, potential to be good. Like, even though it's not, like, crazy. But I have faith in it. I think it can do okay. It can do, like, pretty good damage, especially with, like Boom Burst and Overdrive.
You can run mixed sets with Shift Gear, like, and, like, fucking, like, Rain Punch or whatever the fuck, and, like...
Yeah, like, it definitely has potential.
When are you running the plus Toxtricity, though?
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, like, I don't want to unveil that. Like, I have... That thing is so, like, unbelievably broken. I genuinely think. Like, I don't know how they're keeping plus Toxtricity legal. Like, as soon as that... secret gets out, like...
I'm sorry, let me just... I'm sorry, let me just strike this out. We can't have that in this format.
Yeah, we should not have plus legal. Like, as soon as the tech behind plus Toxtricity gets out, like, I think Pokemon is dead as a franchise. Like,
Yeah.
Worlds 2023 will be dominated by this fucking Pokemon. Mark my words.
Yeah.
Toxtricity.
Smogon Premier League. More like Smogon P. Ooh.
True.
True.
Toxtricity has some interest. Like, Technician is like, I would have to like look at the moveset, but maybe
It
if
doesn't
you
really
wanted
have moves for it. You love
Does it
Punk
not?
Rock anyways. Punk Rock's so good.
I mean, Punk Rock is good. I was just wondering, could you like pull off something particularly goofy with this beast? I would have to
it's
like
got,
look
like,
at its moves.
It's got like a fucking...
Dude, the
like,
Nuzzle though. You haven't considered the Nuzzle though.
Huge
fucking-
nuzzle damage.
You didn't consider.
Shockwave.
You know what you didn't
Nuzzle.
consider? Acid Spray. Acid Spray is actually pretty
Actually-
good.
Oh,
Technician,
man.
actually, Technician Charge Beam isn't the worst thing ever.
That could be okay.
Yeah, there's like honestly there is potential.
I think I would rather run.
I'm like, if you told me like, okay, I'm running Shift Gear, Technician, Charge Beam, I would be like, that's kind of stupid, but I think you're a boss for it.
I think like
yeah.
I think if you want to be like Punk Rock is obviously gonna be the better ability like 9 times out of 10, but you might be able to pull off something goofy with like Nuzzle and like Charge Beam and like Acid Spray, and then Shift Gear. It could be silly. It could be quite fucking silly.
It could be a fun like. It could be a decent like throw them off their tracks kind of pick. Like that is something like I could genuinely look into.
Yeah, the never.
Like just running like Technician with like Acid Spray. Cause like, Acid Spray is a move you don't really think about.
All in the back, yeah.
Yeah, never let them guess your next move.
Mimikyu, the other fucking anti-offense, one of the other anti-offense gods, really. Really good, just kind of, it can set up on stuff and really make dents in things, but it can also have a little more of a defensive presence. You can use it to like Willow stuff, you can use it to frick random crap onto things. Like being a Pokemon that can take a free hit is like always valuable. And Mimikyu has a nice and colorful move pool.
Yeah, really the only thing that Mimikyu like fears like OHKOing it is literally just multi-hit moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Cloyster will feast, but
yeah, I think I just have to know like what to look out for, because like most Pokemon with multi-hit moves, like they have it obvious if they're going to primarily bring multi-hit moves, and like if they're not obvious, they kind of have to like bank on it for Mimikyu. And it's like if you're bringing a multi-hit move on a non like Gill Link or whatever the fuck else like Pokemon, and you're bringing it just for Mimikyu, you're using a move slot on that. It's like, nah.
You can trust me. I have a normal Cloyster.
Oh, true. Yeah, you're running Overcoat on your Cloyster. I don't remember what the other abilities that thing gets. I have to go fucking look. Yeah, you're gonna run Shell Armor. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always on that Shell Armor
like
shit.
Shell Armor. My Scope Lens Cleaver is or my Scope Lens Mimikyu is gonna get messed up.
Yeah,
gonna have to disguise.
Oh shit!
It
I just want to I do need to warn everybody. I do have there is a tornado warning. So if I gotta leave, just everybody knows that's why.
Yeah.
It's okay. I'll take over.
Yeah, but
I hope you stay safe.
I'm good. Right now I'm good. We have Raichu Alola and Pinkerton, who are the little electric terrain duo.
The little dudes.
Double terrain is really like not bad, to be honest. It's fine. Like you can have double terrain.
Yeah.
because the terrain just comes in like Rillaboom doesn't care. Rillaboom only really cares about having grassy terrain for itself. It's like a selfish guy. It just wants to be able to click grassy glide, and it's allowed to do that because it just sets it when it comes in. And so like, and then the other terrains, like you have to play around it a little bit, but it's nice. It's fine. Raichu Alola is a nice like speed option that like once it's Surge Surfer, it's really fast. It's not you know, this roster has kind of a crowded like 85 speed kind of area for a lot of it.
Yeah. My speed tiers are not the greatest, and then you just have fucking Azelf and Raichu just like zooming around the place.
Yeah, Alolan Raichu with Surge Surfer reaches up to 700 speed, which is crazy.
That's my little baby boy.
That's like that's a hard speed tier to beat.
And with Nasty Plot, plus Electric Move, like plus like Psyshock and like Focus Blast, like I mean, you know, you're making progress. You're making progress. For sure. It's really good to play a solid Mon in the right matchup.
Yeah, Raichu does require a bit of setup, but like it does seem good. Talking on that speed tier though, like this is a good learning lesson for future drafts where I should probably look at my stats a little harder, because I will admit I was just kind of going off of like, okay, this thing's good, this thing's good, this thing's good, and then I recently looked at my roster, and I was just like, oh shit, we're all in the 80 zone, huh?
Yeah.
I don't think it like kills the team, but it's definitely an annoyance. But I don't think it's like the worst thing in the world.
Yeah. Pincurchin also has it has other options. You can spike with it. You can, I think it Octa spikes too.
I think so.
Sucker punch. Sucker punch.
And it's got my favorite set, which is Specs Rising Voltage. I think that's the best Pincurchin. That's my biased opinion, but like it does the most things. But yeah. Then we have Glaceon. I know you basically.
Yeah.
I know you basically just picked because you love it.
Oh, sorry. You go first.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're basically saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Like.
Both my tier 6s were picked because I didn't know what the fuck to pick for tier 6s, and like I was looking through the roster, I was like, I don't really need anything here. My Sock I chose because I have used Sock before as a very low point, like low tier option. Genuinely pretty good. I genuinely have gotten success with Sock. It's not like crazy, it's not gonna sweep games unless you let it, which I've swept with Sock before. That was like probably the best game of Pokemon I've ever played. Yeah. But like as an option in the back, it's not bad. It has good abilities. It has okay stats. Like 125 attack is like pretty good. It's got a good moveset. It's solid. Like as a low tier option, I feel like it just works. And
Scarf Close Combat. Not fuck with the bulk. You know, you just
like Mold Breaker, Inner Focus, Sturdy, like these are all really good abilities.
It's got good fucking stuff. And
Glaceon, we all know the reason I picked Glaceon. I don't have to say it.
Yeah.
But like it's not bad. It's pretty okay.
Yeah, Glaceon's alright. It's gonna be funny against Morgan. Ice Body. You can Ice Body like bulky Glaceon. You can like fucking.
It can do things, and like even if it doesn't, like it's got okay
for a reason.
Like 130 special attack ain't bad, and like the defenses are pretty okay. The health is pretty low, but like it's terrible. You can pick worse.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I think that mostly covers. Covers your roster. Any last thoughts overall?
While I didn't well, there are some holes and some mistakes that I probably would have done. Like some things I definitely would have done differently. Like I definitely would have drafted a fairy type earlier, because while Mimikyu is not a bad choice, I think Mimikyu is a really good choice here. I also think I could have done oh shit, where hog jump scare? Sorry. I definitely think I could have made some smarter choices, because I don't like ground types. At least I have Rillaboom, but I don't like ground types. But at the same time, I don't think it's like the biggest worst deal in the world, because I like this team. It's fun to use. It's fun to like draft for, like, or rather like build teams for, because like there are a lot of solid options, like just for it to use.
Yeah.
And even if it's like, okay, well I can't like beat everything with everything, it's like I feel like I can at least still like enjoy my time using it. And I would also like to say, Waffles mentioned earlier my biggest sin, that I drafted Rillaboom without knowing Grassy Glide was legal. I just went, oh, it's good anyway. And it is, but I didn't know I was able to click Glizzy Glide.
It is National Dex, you can click all the moves that
I'm clicking
that are
so many
dexited.
I'm clicking so many Glizzy Glides. I'm flying all over the place.
I wrote an unbelievable amount of glizzies.
And we're flying around the sky. We are throwing so many glizzies. It is honestly a little fucking unbelievable, like how much we're going to be flying around like beautiful baby birds.
Yeah. All right. So I think that wraps that up. Let's thank you for your time, Lilly.
Of course, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. We're gonna hop over to Ellie's draft now.
Before I go, fuck the Diamond Clan, fuck them Pearl Clan.
I do not support any political arguments in chat, just so everybody's aware. I don't support the, like, we're not doing a political debate. In fact, my biggest political opinion is that I think that pizza and having a good time with your boys should be illegal, and only moms should get to play video games.
Yeah, I also agree with this. But, yeah. So Ellie's kind of an interesting case. I drafted for Ellie, and essentially Ellie handed me a list of Pokemon that she likes. She's in Japan right now. Or actually, no, sorry. She's not in Japan right now. She actually is currently in, like, Minnesota. She just got off the plane, like, earlier today. So she just got back home from Japan. Well, she's not home yet, but you know what I mean. She's been in Japan, and she was in Japan the whole time during the drafting process. So I didn't want to bother her during her trip or anything. So she handed me a list of Pokemon, and I drafted based on that. I drafted almost all stuff from that list, with a few exceptions, and just tried to make the best roster for her that I could. So I guess I'll be kind of talking about the rationale behind this stuff, because I was the one who drafted it. Yeah, Japan, aka Minnesota. It's basically the same place.
You know, that's true. I went to Minnesota, and I went up to one of the locals, and he said, "Hi, I'm Shigeru Miyamoto." And I was like, yo, that was crazy. Honestly, I got an autograph and everything. I have a signed copy of Super Mario Odyssey.
So, yeah. So, for Ellie, on tier 1, we have, Mew. This was the first draft. Mew is like, I saw Mew on Ellie's list, and I was like, I'm first drafting this because I can make anything work if I draft Mew for Ellie.
Yeah.
Like, no matter what fucking Pokemon she told me to, like, get, like, whatever, like, even if she told me, like, okay, you can only draft fucking Beedrill 12 times, and then Mew. I was like, okay, well, Mew will make it work, okay?
Literally, Mew is probably the scariest draft mon, because you can bring it to every game, because, like, it learns, like, every fucking move.
Every time.
It can do whatever the fuck it wants. It's, like, impossible to prepare for. The only thing you have to prepare for is being able to take on the base 100 stats. That's what you can prepare for.
Yeah. Yeah. Tier 1 is... other tier 1, we have Celesteela. Celesteela is amazing. I think a lot of people think of Celesteela as just, like, a fat, like, steel type that just kind of, like, sits there and, like, tanks shit and isn't really, like, a threat. But Autotomized Celesteela is fast, and it does a lot of damage, and Beast Boost lets it really snowball as an offensive Pokemon. Like, it has the coverage between, like, Earthquake, Heavy Slam, like Air Slash, fucking like Flamethrower, Fire Blast. Like it has a lot of really interesting coverage moves, but then it can also run its more standard. So it can be physically offensive, specially offensive, or it can just run its old, standby defensive sets if it wants. So I thought it gave some nice flexibility as a tier 1.
Yeah.
A lot of this is kind of hyper offense focused, but I'm trying to not make it super exploitable hyper offense where there's no other option.
I think Celesteela is like an honorary base 100, just looking at these stats.
Yeah.
And Beast Boost is, like, obviously, like, a fucking dope ability. And with its stat spread, it can kind of just, like, pick and choose what it wants to get boosted.
Yeah. Yeah. And a really nice thing about Celesteela also, I mentioned like, Autotomize and Heavy Slam. Just a fun fact for everybody. Autotomize, even after Autotomize Lightning Celesteela, it's still, like, fucking faster, or it's still, like, fucking heavier than everything. Heavy Slam is still, like, 120 power on, like, every Pokemon ever. Celesteela is really heavy. But yeah. Then, grab Grimmsnarl. This is pretty simple. Screens. Dual screens.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl is like the fucked up evil prankster guy that everybody hates, but we have to accept him.
Dual screens. Like, why not do dual screens? Why not have dual screens? We have fucking hyper offense here. Ellie put Grimmsnarl on the list. I was like, okay, let's do dual screens. Let's do fucking setup sweepers. Let's do Mew. Let's do whatever the fuck. Let's go crazy. Let's go insane. Superior is good.
Oh yeah, Contrary
Superior
is fucking dumb with Leaf Storm.
Yeah.
Like, you have to play so smart against Superior, otherwise it will just snowball out of control. And, like, with
Superior,
relative ease.
Yeah. Superior is a little weird in draft. I think compared to ladder, like, they can just, like, and especially, like, in this format where there's no hidden power, it kind of can't, like, it can't hit grass resists, really, which kind of sucks. So it kind of needs to be there to open up the like, but it's a nice little core with, like, Charizard Y, who is the mega here, where it can kind of open up the water types, and it can open up stuff that other Pokemon don't like with the Leaf Storms. But it also is just really, it's really stable and fast hazard control and speed control. It spreads paralysis really well with Glare. So, like, Superior, like a lot of people forget Superior learns Defog, probably because it has a weird, it doesn't look like it could learn Defog, but it does. And it's a really good Defogger. It's, like, very good at it, because it's fast, it's pretty bulky, it resists Stealth Rock. So yeah, Superior is kind of a, like, wall breaker for things that kind of wall Charizard, and it also is really stable hazard removal and other support. So I think Superior is really nice here. Also, it's one of Ellie's favorite Pokemon, like, by far, so I wanted to make sure it got in there, too. Sandy Shocks is a tier 4 as a tier 3. And this is the first one where I went off script, where I went off of Ellie's list, because I realized that Ellie gave me this list and did not write a single ground type on it. And I was like, fuck. I need to give Ellie a ground type. I'm not letting my dear friend Ellie go without a ground type. So I went with Sandy Shocks. And Sandy Shock is quite good. It's more pivoting. I thought there wasn't quite enough pivoting on this team yet, so I was like, well, Sandy Shocks is good. It's got the Volt Switch. It's got, like, Stealth Rock and stuff. It's got a lot of little options. It's also Photosynthesis, so it synergizes with Charizard Y. It gets that Photosynthesis boost on whatever stat it needs. You can kind of go for speed or special attack. So we like Sandy Shocks. And Sandy Shocks is also funny, notably. One of the goofiest fucking Paradox Pokemon, by far.
He is quite fucking silly. I mean, I feel like Sandy Shocks actually like synergizes quite nicely with Charizard Y, considering the drought.
Yeah, with the drought and with the with the just general.
I mean,
general things it can remove.
I mean, the typing is quite nice too as a partner for Charizard Y, because if Charizard Y comes out, rolls up, and is like, "What's up?" and then some guy comes out and is like, "Hi, I love rocks," then you just switch Sandy Shocks out, and they're not upset. Charizard's not upset anymore. Charizard is living the best life possible.
Yeah. If Shocks had been tier, I also think Charizard Y is kind of ugly, Devi. I'm gonna be real. I think Charizard X is better. I think when I was a kid, I was like, man, Charizard Y is so much cooler than Charizard X, because I wanted to be like different. But like, now I look at it and I'm like, Charizard X is a nicer design. I don't know, it's just better looking. Charizard Y has weird things dangling off of it. It has fucking skin tags. I don't like it.
Charizard X is kind of badass.
Yeah, Sandy Shocks is good. It does a lot of things. It synergizes well with Charizard. I honestly probably, if I had thought about it more, would have put it in tier 3, so I think it's not bad at all as a tier 3. We have Togekiss. This is another Ellie favorite. Ellie's has kind of limited competitive Pokemon experience. Like, we've played quite a bit. She's played quite a bit, but like she's not like super serious like into the game. But she loves the classic fucking Togekiss air slash cheese.
Yeah, that's...
and I figured if you pair it with like superior glare getting spread around, it's gonna be the most annoying thing ever.
It's too bad you can't make like a hustle Togekiss work because its attack is so shit. Because even though that would be like way worse than Serene Grace, it would be much funnier.
Yeah. I will give Ellie $1 if she brings hustle voice band Togekiss to a game.
I will like give Ellie like $20 if she brings hustle Togekiss to any of her matches.
But yeah. But Togekiss also just generally has good utility otherwise. It's got good bulk, it's got good, like, it's a fairy type, you know, it fills out kind of a nice Fairy Steel Dragon core with the dragon who we'll get to. But it also just does the thing. I literally remember telling, like, Ellie, like, all the Pokemon she drafted when we had, like, a brief moment when she was, like, not doing something in Japan. And I told her she got Togekiss, and she was like, "Can I use Air Slash?" And I was like, "Yes." She was like, "Yes." She was really happy. So she's gonna be clicking Air Slash quite a bit. We have Slitherwing. Slitherwing's main purpose is being a cutie pie.
True.
But the other thing about Slitherwing is that it's another photosynthesis mon. It's another kind of budget photosynthesis Pokemon, which is nice. And it's got like really good, it's a good like revenge killer. It's a good bulky like pivot. It's a good like. It's got a lot of nice different sets it can run, especially with photosynthesis, like boosting its attack or whatever. It can do stuff.
Yeah.
Ellie didn't list Slitherwing on her list, but I just inferred it because she listed Iron Moth, and I think she just didn't see Slitherwing because she was doing it in kind of a rush. And she told me as much, like, yeah, I would have put Slitherwing on there if I saw it, so. I'm considering this not off list. I'm considering this canon to Ellie's wishes.
Slitherwing is like, based on my experience with OU, Slitherwing fucking loves first impression. Slitherwing is like the ultimate first impression guy.
Yeah, except for low kicks, but yeah.
Low kicks wishes it had what Slitherwing has. Low kicks doesn't have the absolute swagger.
Low kicks isn't nearly as cute, so sorry low kicks.
Low kicks is like a poser compared to Slitherwing, is all I'm saying.
Reggie Drago is also fucking off list. I just was like, well, Ellie needs a dragon type, and Reggie Drago is kind of good. I was like looking at it and I was like, why is Reggie Drago kind of good? Like, here's the thing: Gen 9 in Gen 8, Regidrago's problem was that it could only kill dragon moves, really. But in Gen 9, it gets Earthquake now. After Home. And also, despite Regieleki's ability being nerfed, Regieleki's ability was like it boosts its electric moves by 1.5 times. Regidrago's didn't get nerfed, so it's still 1.5 times, even though Regieleki's is 1.3 times. So, it's attacking with a 100, attacking stat either way. But, it's closer to 150 because you're doing whatever. It's fairly bulky. It's got that fat 200 HP, so you can use it as a more defensive thing in like a Fairy Steel Dragon Core with Celesteela and Sandy Shocks. So those are all three kind of Pokemon have decent versatility in terms of being both defensive and offensive. Though I think Regidrago is more.
Wait, Sandy Shocks is not Steel.
Why did I say that?
Yeah, why did you say Sandy Shocks?
Fucking Togekiss. I was looking at the thing next to it, and my brain shut itself. Sorry.
That's okay. I fucking forgive you.
Celesteela. But yeah, be afraid of like Dragon Dance, Skill Shot, Loaded Dice, Regidrago. It might fuck you up if you're not careful. Mismagius was a trade. This was originally Minior, and I immediately realized that Minior was stupid to draft. And then I was talking before trading happened. I was talking to Ellie about it, and she was like, "Yeah, I put Minior on the list, but I realized I hate like Shell Smash Pokemon." And I don't know why she hates Shell Smash, but I was like, okay, well, we're getting Mismagius, which was also on our list. Yeah, like Minior doesn't do anything that isn't like already on this fucking roster. Basically, Mismagius was kind of a better, just kind of special sweeper. It's nice behind dual screens. And like behind other stuff, it's got that mystical fire, so it can get a little boost from the sun if it needs it. Yeah, it's nice. It's just a nice little nasty plot user. It does stuff. It can spread burn. Obviously, just having a ghost type is good. Araquanid. I figured Ellie could use webs. It's hyper offense, so like. Yeah, you like having a webs option, but Araquanid's also nice in the sense that, and also it was on Ellie's list. Once again, Araquanid also has an interesting niche of, because of Water Bubble, it doesn't technically get in Sun. Its water moves are the same effective power as out of Sun. Or no, not out of Sun, but like as if it didn't have Water Bubble. Like its moves are getting boosted by 50% and then like lowered by 50%. So it's just kind of normal. So it can kind of function a little better in Sun than a lot of water types. Although to be fair, the water, it's still 70 attack. Like we're not. It's not anything crazy. Araquanid's nice. We like Araquanid.
That seems like honestly like pretty good as like a defensive option. I think like
yeah,
I don't think
it's a nice little kind of bulky water too.
I think like you don't ever really want to run like crazy offense on it because the offensive stats are too low, and just like Water Bubble like makes it so it can punish like fires a bit when they're in the sun. Yeah.
I think it's nice. I think it synergizes weirdly well with Sun, so that's why I thought it was a good water for this team. Alchemy is just kind of, I don't know, it's like kind of like baby Florges. It's like weird. It's just like a Calm Mind like thing that like uses Calm Mind a few times, and then you can't kill it, and then it just keeps like healing. It's just like a budget. It's just one of the many budget fat pink things in the world. It's also one of Ellie's favorites, so I thought it was good to get it. Diagonal was off list. I just think he's neat. And I figured Rapid Spin option would be good.
Levitate's never
Ellie didn't
bad.
really care that much about tier 6. She didn't listed that many. Diagonal is like kind of good. I don't know. It's pretty fast. Good special defense. Good. It's pretty good. I don't know. It's Diagonal.
Levitate is never bad to have. in terms of like switching into ground moves. And I mean, Ellie has the double up with Miss Magius and Cryogonal. I honestly want to say, like, well, no, Miss Magius definitely, like, does more raw damage than Cryogonal could hope, but I mean, Ice in terms of being an offensive type is nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Charizard Y, I didn't fully talk about it. Basically, Ellie gave me, like, 3 Megas, and all of them got drafted, and I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna give Ellie Charizard Y, because it's broken. And then I just drafted her a couple. I added the photosynthesis things like last minute because I was like, well, let's give her stuff that synergizes with it so it doesn't look stupid. But yeah, Charizard Y's broken. It's really good. Like I know there's no chlorophyll mons on this team, but it's not. It doesn't even matter because Charizard Y. Like you don't need to make a Sun team with Charizard Y. It's good on its own. It has fucking look at 159 special attack. Sun boosted. Like it doesn't matter. You don't need partners, but it has partners anyway. So yeah, I'm pretty proud of what I was able to put together for Ellie. I think it's nice. I think it's a good, pretty balanced roster. It's geared towards hyper offense, but it is very versatile. I think in terms of being able to not instantly lose to like any anti-offense shit.
I think like Ellie's team is like just with like Mew alone becomes like maybe the hardest to build against. Like
yeah, there's a lot you have to think about.
Big fan of the name of this team. Sienna?
Yeah. Oh yeah, oh shit, you were cutting out for a little bit. Alright, so we're going into Eve. Let's bring Eve in. Invite to speak.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi, you're a little quiet.
Okay, I'll turn myself. I think I can turn myself up here. Is that better?
Yeah, that's a little better. I think.
Nice.
Alright. So let's talk about this is what the Simpsons will look like in 24, I'm hearing. In 2024. In 2024.
I kind of realized after I drafted everyone, I had quite a lot of Simpsons Pokemon. Like I have Marge, Green Arena is Marge, I got Jirachi is Maggie, Iron Hand is Homer. It's pretty, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's true. So you kinda went balance mode.
Yeah, mostly balanced with a little bit of Trick Room for fun.
Yeah. A little bit of Trick Room flavor.
I think
A little bit of a Trick Room taste.
Really fat team that we're seeing.
Yeah, we're about to see another one immediately after this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, you got your Iron Hands, Tornadus E in Tier 1. Hands is obviously like the scariest fucking win condition against any team it's good against.
Yeah,
like,
and when it's bad, but when it's good,
yeah,
it's fucked up.
When it's good, it is
look at those stats.
The best Pokemon in the game, like ever. Period. Like one thing I've done a lot on ladder kind of recently is just I will bring a team with Iron Hands, and if I see Hisui and Samurott lead, I lead with Iron Hands, and I click Swords Dance, and I win the game. Because the way, like, they'll just click Ceaseless Edge because they're like clueless, and then they just fucking lose. They get Swords Dance, Drain Punch, and then it's over. But
it also has a lot of set variety, just because like it's bulky enough to like really go with a defensive set if it needs to, and then
it can go
Swords Dance, go Choice Band. Since we have Z moves legal, we can be Z Belly Drum or Z status.
Yeah.
And then if it's in Trick Room, it's like, what do you do?
In Trick Room, yeah. Like, come on, dude. Tornadus is kind of Mr. Balance, except for Landorus, who is also Mr. Balance. But like,
Tornadus is kind
is-
of I wasn't originally intending to get Tornadus, but then I saw everyone else had drafted all the tier 1s, and I saw Tornadus was still there, so
yeah,
why not?
Tornadus
Yeah.
T, like, especially since this is national decks, its support moveset is gonna be crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it has a lot of good moves. Like
can
it
do
has
a
them.
lot.
It has the knockoff, and it has the stuff like I don't know, like Gen 9 Tornadus, like normal Gen 9 Tornadus is kind of sad right now, but like
Yeah.
that deck's Tornadus is crazy.
It's just really good kind
Oh.
of glue that just like covers a lot of holes, and
Yeah, it fits
just
on every
being,
team.
Being a U-turn regenerator guy is like, and being that fast is just really good for it.
Yeah. You have Jirachi. This is one of the another many base 100s we've seen.
Yeah, Jirachi is unique among the base 100s in that it's a little fucker.
It is! Serene Grace, Ironhead, like, come on. Let's be mature.
You can do pretty much anything.
Yeah.
Well, not pretty much anything, but a lot of things with Jirachi. You can be like setup, you can be support with Wish or Healing Wish, and you can be like fairly defensive or special or physical. But the thing is, there's
You turn
also
pivot.
Ironhead.
Yeah. You have the Z Celebrate, whichever fucking Z move.
Yeah, Z
Celebrate
Happy Hour.
Hands and Happy Hour are the same move, are all the same Z move, and none of them
Yeah.
do anything normally, so they're literally all the same move in my brain, and I just call them whatever move comes to my brain first.
And it's also like quite a useful defensive type for draft. Just 'cause it's like a lot of people are scary, like a lot of the really scary guys in draft will be like psychic types and fairy types that like, and Jirachi just does so well into them. But it's like quite nice.
Yeah. One thing notably, like, also, everybody, I just think this is funny, because you pointed this out to me at some point. Jirachi, Eve has to run shiny Jirachi every time, because otherwise
That's the only one that can run Z.
That's the only one that
Z
can, that's the only one that gets fucking, whatever the fuck, the move, it gets,
but thankfully it's a pretty nice shiny. I like shiny
it's not bad
Jirachi.
shiny.
Volcanics
Mega
is fucker,
Venusaur.
dude. Oh, maybe Venusaur too. We do Mega Venusaur first.
Mega Venusaur is like. I was questioning a lot of what I should do for my Megas pick, but I decided it's just kind of. It's weirdly good at breaking apart a lot of common defensive cores, and it's also fat.
Yeah.
It's really quite fat.
Yeah.
So I just decided like it worked well with what I was going for, which was like mostly fat.
Yeah. I
like-
think Venusaur is great. I think it fits on like anything.
Yeah,
And you
pretty
can also
much.
use it like as a weird emergency, like against like if you're against like Ellie, for instance, which you're not until maybe playoffs. But like, if you're against some Sun, or if somebody gets Sun like in in halftime, you can use it as a weird emergency like chlorophyll thing. Or you have options.
I can choose not to Mega Roll it if I want to go for chlorophyll.
Yeah. So it's got that nice little bit of versatility. Venusaur's great. Volcanion's a fucker, dude.
Yeah, just fire water as a stab combination, and the fact that you also have like super scald as a stab.
Yeah, and then it's water absorb. It's water absorb, so it's not even neutral to water. It is immune to water.
Immune to water,
Is-
4 times resists fire and steel.
Yeah.
Neutral to grass too.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I think you guys are missing something important. That's very like easy Volcanion, anti-Volcanion tech.
Yeah.
It looks like a toilet.
It does look like a toilet.
It literally is just like a big toilet seat, though.
I do kind of hate that I drafted Volcanion because it is quite ugly.
It's quite ugly, and you're probably gonna bring it to like half.
Yeah, because it's really good. Is the thing.
Yeah, like
I was like looking at it, and I'm like seeing. I was like, when I was doing the calcs, when me and Eve were prepping for Frig, when I was doing the calcs, I was like, why didn't I make this tier 1? Like, what the fuck? This thing's amazing.
Well, it's slow, but like, you can be slow and drop, and it's fine.
No. Zydog.
Zydog, very good guy. Fast and presses 1,000 arrows, and that's kind of what it needs to be.
Yeah, 1,000 arrows is like one of the best moves in the game. So
yeah,
you know,
it's just insane.
press it.
He's got that really dog in him.
So many people just don't have a switch in for 1,000 arrows.
Yeah, this is spoilers kind of for the match against Frig. But if you scroll over, you'll see that Zydog has 4 kills. Zydog was supposed to be a setup sweeper. Zydog was supposed to be a setup sweeper in the game, and it didn't need to set up. It just clicks 1,000 arrows 4 times.
You'd think it wouldn't be that strong with only 100 base attack, but
it's just good against weakened things.
Yeah.
Quagsire is a tier 4 as 3.
Zygon's also a tier 4 as 3.
Does.
But yeah.
Quagsire is the most.
Who else is tier 4 as 3?
Quagsire is.
was also tier 4 as 3. Yeah.
I didn't know that. Let me fix that.
Quagsire is like the biggest pimp in Pokemon. Honestly, Quagsire has always just done whatever the fuck he wants without anybody's input.
Yeah, he doesn't even know that you.
Oh yeah, Zara is tier 4 as 3. Yeah, you just dubbed that. You just did that stuff twice. Yeah, I thought that was the case. I was like, why is this tier 3? But yeah, whatever. It's fine. It's fixed now.
So I got it. Quagsire is like good value when I need it against sweepers, and also it can be water absorbed if I really want.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and Zygarde is Santa's little helper. We didn't mention that.
Yeah,
it's important.
True.
Santa's little helper.
I don't know if Quagsire is any Simpson in particular. I think that's a new character they're adding.
Yeah, that's.
What's the one like fake Simpsons character that people were posting online?
Fucking Grangle or something.
Yeah, Quagsire is Grangle.
Fucking yeah.
Quagsire also got a nice thing this generation where it can do toxic spikes now for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And regular spikes too. So it has quite a lot of like just general utility.
Yeah.
And it's fat.
Yep. Porygon 2 is awesome.
Yeah, fat pink thing actually.
Yeah, it's a fat.
It is with Eviolite.
It's pinkish. It's pink adjacent.
Yeah.
There are some like really good Eviolite Pokemon down below.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From being tier 4 makes sense because it's like one of the fattest Eviolite guys you could ask for.
Yeah. But yeah, it's really good.
Wouldn't even be bad even without Eviolite, and technically I can still go Z conversion if I really want.
Yeah, it's not that good. I looked at the numbers. I thought the numbers might be okay, but they're not really very good. But they might be good against something at some point, maybe. Yeah. 60 speed is still not fast enough, really, most of the time.
But also, the main reason I picked it was to be a really good Trick Room setter.
Yeah, Trick Room Teleport is great.
Just a really good combination. And then that really sets up a lot of my really slow.
And it's just generally a great bulky pivot with Teleport.
Yeah.
You can have like, kind of a nice little pivoting core between like Tornadus, Jirachi, Porygon, even Primarina, who we're getting to now as Flip Turn.
Yeah, Primarina, there's a lot of things.
Yeah, Primarina is great. I used Primarina in my last draft, and it is wonderful. It's weird how many fucking rosters it matches up amazing against just with like 3 attacks Calm Mind or like 2 attacks Rest Talk or like some other shit like that or like AV. Like it doesn't even have that many sets. It's just like the sets it has, like being a water fairy type and having the stats it does, just match up so well against so many things.
Yeah,
it's just
water fairy is fucked.
It's considering it's a tier 4. I think it's one of the value picks I'm most happy with here.
Yeah.
Well, other than also Rhyperior, that's a really good value pick, but that's later.
Yeah. We have Druddigon. Kind of a
very much budget Garchomp Drogon, which is, and being a budget Garchomp is not
Garchomp
bad.
at home.
It's
Yeah,
got pretty decent bulk. It can hit things
decent rough
sometimes.
skin. It's got Fear Force if you want to actually click buttons.
Yeah. It's got Moonbreaker and Stealth Rock, which is quite nice if anything's like Magic Mounts or whatever.
Yeah, if you're up
all
against
three
like
of its abilities are actually pretty good to have.
yeah, for sure. We like Drogon here. It's good. Still Hearts Outer. It's got nice versatility for tier 5. Shouts out to Drogon. We have Rhyperior. Rhyperior was a trade. This was originally Brute Bonnet.
I don't know why the fuck I did Brute Bonnet.
Yeah. You changed your mind. You're just like, well, it's Rhyperior now.
Yeah, like I forgot Rhyperior was something I used really. I didn't notice it.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have been tier 5 to be fair, but
yeah. Rhyperior is really good. Like in draft, especially, I think it's an amazing draft mod. Like because it
doesn't really come up against like obviously a water type or a grass type. It's gonna kill it really easily. But the thing is, solid rock means it's a very bulky. Like even against things that should theoretically hit it super effectively.
Yeah, something like a fighting type isn't gonna scare it out that much.
Yeah, and it's also kind of got pretty much similar stats to Iron Hands. It's kind of like that, similar. In Trick Room, it's like hits hard.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's got a good move pool. Yeah, we like Rhyperior. Avalon Kisui.
Really fun. This was a funny pick, to be fair. I mostly picked this to be fun. Like my favorite part about Avalon is it has strong jaw, and I don't think it has a single biting move other than crunch.
Yeah.
But also like, it can do like some things if you set a Trick Room for it. Sturdy is useful utility, like on anyone pretty much. So in case like I need to go like, I just really need a rapid spin. Wait, hang on. No. Well, no, I can still do weights on it, but
and the physical bulk is like in the right matchup. In the right matchup, the physical bulk is good. Like
and then if I go against
obviously Ice Rock is an awkward defensive typing to say the least, but like in the right matchup, it's like how do you even hit this thing?
Yeah, and if I go against Morgan, for instance, and get snow,
yeah,
I guess pretty silly. I've seen some funny cards there.
Yeah, the calcs were hysterical. Then we get down to Darkspawn.
Darkspawn is like, I picked it without looking at its stats, and now I'm seeing its stats. Wow, what does this do? It's a bulky fairy type. It can press Wish. It's got fire immunity, so it can do things in the right matchup.
Yeah,
it really needs the right matchup where it can be really good, but.
I mean, well-baked body at the very least makes it like a good switch into fire types, I think. Like having an immunity is gonna always be like good. I mean, I think the fire
scaring the builder.
I think the fire immunity isn't the most useful one to have. I think that levitate is generally a better like immunity ability, but I mean, fire immunity ain't bad, and doesn't it also boost its defense? Like
yeah.
You can make him quite fucking
fat. Weird little deterrent, like, Pokemon. Like, it's weird to build against, because you have to think about it.
Yeah.
Even though it's not that good, you have to think about it, because it's like, okay, like, my main attacker, like, if you're somebody like Frig, for instance, and you're thinking, like, I want to use Charizard X, it's like, okay, Charizard X fucking loses to Darkspawn.
Yeah,
like, it just loses.
It can't do anything against Darkspawn.
It can click Earthquake, and that's it.
It's really cute.
Yeah, it's a funny guy.
So any final thoughts overall on your roster?
I think I'll beat Morgan next week. That's my last one.
That's your final thought? Okay.
Thank you very much.
You
All
won't.
right. Thank you for your time.
You won't.
All right.
You won't. Get the fuck off my stage.
Get Faye in here. Get Faye with the Berlin Warehouse bear tranquilizers. How you doing?
I need to change my lifestyles. Hello?
What'd you say? What?
I need to change my lifestyles, so I may pass away.
You're really quiet.
Okay.
I'll turn him up then.
Turn it up all the way. Maybe I need to turn up my everything. Okay, everything is turned up now. I'm at maximum volume.
Thank you, Sauzel, for the Ursulina calc.
Yeah. So yeah, let's talk about this. So your first draft was Clefable, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it was Clefable. I'm gonna be honest, like I didn't have any solid idea of what I would be drafting at round 1, so I just kind of saw that you drafted Landorus and Diana drafted Pelipper, so that and I was like, oh boy, a Clefable all here for me.
Clefable is a good first draft. That is to be sure.
I'm like looking at Clefable's abilities, and like obviously like Magic Guard is like the staple for a reason. It's really quite good. It's kind of fucked up that Clefable also gets Unaware. Like, how the fuck does Clefable fit this many good abilities in it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Even got Q-Charm if you want to.
True, if you want to be
make a
cute.
mouse really mad.
I think Q-Charm. I think that if you had brought Q-Charm Clefable against me, a female Q-Charm Clefable against me, and my Lando had done something, then maybe something. I don't know.
Maybe something beautiful could happen.
The genies are always male.
You have to keep in mind that the genies are always male. If anybody has a Pokemon with rivalry, please click a genie button on it. Please do something funny. Please attract or something. I don't know. Lando does U-turn, and I realized after that like it wouldn't matter because it doesn't fucking do anything. Like it doesn't. It would just switch out. So that was why I like just kind of trailed off. Whatever. Yeah, and then you got Ursulina. You got the bear. This is the bear that's supposed to be tranquilized.
Yeah.
Purportedly.
You're supposed to be really sleepy.
Yeah.
Ursulina
is...
If you get that shit in Trick Room, like, Ursulina can just, like, even if it doesn't, like, sweep the entire team, it just starts cleaning up dudes. It just claims lives, it grabs them by the neck with its large bear paws and starts, like, smashing its head into the fucking ground. You have to be so careful of this fucking bear.
If you get Luna in safely, it is going to make progress. Like it will make progress. It doesn't matter.
It's like the best Trick Room Pokemon that we've ever had, probably.
Oh yeah, totally. But yeah, and it has the best ability in the game on Nerf. So
yeah,
no select ability for you.
Honestly, I'm gonna be real. If you bring Unnerve Ursulina to beat, okay, I think the single funniest, and this won't happen, which is why I'm saying it. I think the single funniest thing that could happen in this draft is somebody bringing the fucking normal resist berry, which is just obviously nothing like obviously normal isn't super effective on anything, so it just abs damage from normal moves or does however much against normal moves. If somebody brought that, but then it got somehow countered by Unnerve Ursulina fucking doing some shit, that would be the funniest thing ever. Yeah. But that's anyways. That was a weird aside. Ursulina's really good.
I feel like it's always gonna want to run Guts, but Bulletproof isn't actually the worst ability in the world. It probably has some niche usage.
I'm gonna be.
I was looking at like the list of Bulletproof blocked moves, and it's like through the list it was like, well, half of these no one's gonna use, and like another like whole bunch of them are like, I'm immune to Shadow Ball anyway. I'm immune to like fucking Zap Cannon anyway.
I was terrified of bulletproof Ursaluna when I was building. Because my win condition was supposed to be Throat Spray, Clanger's Soul Como, and Aura Sphere and Focus Blast are both blocked by bulletproof. So I was really scared. Probably unreasonably scared, but I just decided, fuck it, I'm gonna just win anyways, and I did.
Yeah, I was expecting like a, like you would bring like a token like fucking Close Combat or Drain Punch anyways, and to get around that.
Anyways, we have Zoroark Hisui.
I love Zoroark Hisui. This guy's goofy as fuck. Normal Ghost is such a funny type, and like Zoroark's inherent ability of like fucking with people, like I feel like for the like after the first turn, like you will know if it's Zoroark or not. But sometimes that first turn is all it really needs. It's decently fast, so like it can get off a nasty plot. And, like, that speed tier, as long as it's not fighting, like, one of the more fucked up, like, speed tiers in this draft, I think Zoroark Hisui can get some work done.
Oh, and another thing I'm
doing is Z Kissy time.
Yeah, Z Happy Hour is a real option on Zoroark Hisui, because if you'll recall, when you pre-ordered the Scarlet and Violet DLC, you got a Zoroark Hisui. That was, like, the event thing. That was the pre-order bonus. Before Home came out, and that Zoroark had Happy Hour. So
awesome.
Now, in this fake format with Z status only, you can use Z Happy Hour Zoroark Hisui, which is honestly kind of terrifying, because +1 speed and +1 special attack on that Pokemon are really good. You know, it is a one-time kind of thing. Like, you have to make sure you can win with it before you use it, but that doesn't make it any less scary.
Yeah, and I mean. It switches in quite well, too, to be able to do that. Like, normal and fighting types, it'll just bounce off.
Yeah. And Ghosts. It's just gotta be, like, it's...
Oh, true. That 3 immunities goes crazy.
Yeah.
It also is a fucking poison, too.
Yeah. Slowbro.
Slow boy.
You got a fat pink thing.
Slowbro is that guy.
Another fat pink thing.
Yeah.
We've got 2 of them.
Yeah, it's, yeah, the second fat pink thing. Slowbro's good for the obvious reasons of being just like, I'm a fat regenerator pivot, I'm just gonna, like, jump around and do stuff. I'm gonna tank your hits, and I don't care about it.
Funny feature button. And then peace out.
Yeah. I'm gonna click Future Sight and teleport, and I don't even need any other moves. I guess I'll bring Scald. I guess I'll bring Scald and Trick Room or some fucking bullshit. Yeah, Slowbro's good. The like utility of just being able to bring like Trick Room on it and just Trick Room teleport and like regenerate off any damage you tank is like really good. I don't know. Slowbro's great. It's obvious. We have Mr. Mentz here.
The big man.
Yeah, poor Mentz has
king of overused.
He used to be that guy, but now he's just kind of a guy. But, I mean, Moxie and Intimidate are both great abilities, to be honest.
Both great abilities, and I think that as, like, anybody in chat, in the audience, I really want to do a public service announcement. Salamence learns Wish. There was a random Pokemon Center event that gave Salamence Wish, and now it has 95 base HP, and it can wish to things. And you just have to deal with that. Like, Salamence has the bulk, it has pseudo-legendary bulk, and, like, Intimidate, and U-Turn, and Wish, and Defog, and Roost to be. It doesn't need to be a sweeper.
Actually.
It doesn't. You turn
like intimidate and
whatever.
Intimidate and Wish are still like pretty good pit.
Yeah, it's still good. But yeah, like Salamence is good. And then obviously it's a threatening sweeper too. I mean, it is still a Pokemon with 135 attack. Don't fuck with that. You can't fuck with that. You could never fuck with that ever.
Unfuck with the
Speaking of unfuck with bull, the boy Bisharp, he's been overshadowed by his new older brother. His new older, like, stepbrother, I guess, who just showed up in his life and is overshadowing him, but Bisharp is a beast.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and like immediately...
Like, Eviolite Boost basically gives him the same bulk as King Gambit, so it's like this is basically just King Gambit without an item slot.
Yeah. But you also don't really need the item. Like, you can just use Bisharp. Bisharp was always good already. So it's kind of like you can Eviolite and be really bulky, or you can do something else.
I mean,
but you switch into those defogs, you switch into those Intimidates like a champ.
Yeah, Defiant is like a really like fucking good ability. I'm looking at like Inner Focus and Pressure, and I'm like, literally, why the fuck would you want to bring either of those over Defiant? And like Pressure is a good ability.
Yeah.
But Defiant is just like fucked up.
They needed to design an ability that's that fucked up. Like they needed to design an ability as fucked up as Supreme Overlord to make you want to choose something over Defiant, and people still choose Defiant sometimes.
Yeah.
But
and
yeah.
It's also like kind of good as a Walkmon, because like if they have a Magic Bounce Mon, they are not gonna want to switch into Bisharp at all.
Yeah, none of the bouncers like Bisharp. Really strong knockoffs. Pursuit is a thing in this draft because it's not Dex. It's a really strong Pursuit user. Bisharp's great.
And then you can click Sucker Punch 12 times in a row, hoping to eventually press a button.
Yeah. Raikou. I think Raikou's kind of amazing.
Yeah, it gives me a good speed here. It's like decent bulk for an electric, for like a fast electric. It's got like decent bulk.
Yeah, you can like AV that, or you can like leftovers. You can do a lot of stuff. It's a nice little pivot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like
got the calm mindset.
Pivot move. And
it's
a decent set of coverage with that stuff like Shadow Ball and Scald and Aura Sphere.
Really, Scald?
Yeah, it does.
What?
Does it?
That's
Wait.
so weird.
Hold on.
I'm like fucking googling. I'm like rapidly googling.
Oh my god, it does. What the fuck? Who the fuck? Why the fuck would you give this thing Scald? Okay, maybe this thing is kind of fucked up, actually.
Yeah, I was able to learn it as a TM in exactly one generation in Gen 8.
Yeah, it's about Aura Sphere too. It's good.
Yeah, it's got Aura Sphere from an event, I think, from like Gen 4.
Yeah.
Like shiny, like how.
Like a shiny event, yeah. That does mean we have another sort of shiny locked legendary that you have to use.
Oh wait. Apparently, it also learns it by TR in Sword and Shield.
Yeah.
So
I got
no longer event locked.
yeah. You got Incineroar. This is a tier 5 as a tier 4. Really funny because you drafted it as a tier 4 before you drafted your tier 5. So you just wanted to really give Incineroar the respect.
Yeah, like I was playing with like this. Like I was looking at all the ideas I have, like what I could choose for my other tier 4, and I was like, well, I pretty much can get everything I want in tier 5 and 6 anyways. I don't.
Yeah.
It's like I don't really care.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna give. I'm gonna give Incineroar like a special big boys team.
Yeah. And honestly, you getting Incineroar kind of fucked me over because I really wanted Incineroar. I had to draft like 4 things to fill the role of Incineroar.
Yeah, like you said, you wanted an ice resist.
I wanted ice resist and a ghost resist, and I wanted intimidate. I wanted an intimidate like so that I could, and like parting shot user, and I wanted like all this shit, and it does all of that, and then you got it. But it's fine. we don't get everything we want in draft.
I do.
But yeah, Incineroar is fucking good. I just thought it would be funny to have the VGC core of Landorus T and Incineroar.
Yeah, Lando and Snow.
But yeah, Incineroar's great. I almost put it in tier 4 anyways. I think it's a good tier 4 to take.
Yeah.
I'll be real.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like,
it's just versatile.
Like I would absolutely pick Incineroar over a bunch of tier 4s. Yeah.
Yeah. Xatu, I think is a super good tier 5.
We got like some field effects with screens and Trick Room, and then magic bounce to like say no to hazards.
Yeah. You can
you can also like future sight. Some stuff.
The future sight. It's got the it actually does just do it can just do future port if it wants to.
Yeah.
It's got tailwind if you want to do something stupid.
You want to do something silly.
I mean, that would honestly not be a bad option, because this is not one of the slower teams, but, like, there's not a lot of Pokemon that go to the, like, base 100 plus range.
I just think Tailwind when you have Trick Room as an option is kind of weird when you have Ursaluna, but...
Yeah, but it's, like, goofy and funny, though. Have you considered that?
Yeah. Vanilluxe was a trade. What did you trade for Vanilluxe?
I traded it with Sableye.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So basically, Sableye was originally supposed to be like an extra screen setter, like Encore stuff and like Wisp stuff. But then I realized that like I do have like other physically defensive mons. I do have like other screen setters. I do have like like Encore. Prankster Encore is like really like reliable, but like if I'm a brave little boy, I could figure out another way to deal with setup sweepers. So like Vanilluxe gives me like an ice type wall breaker, which like goes really well with like the ground type of Ursaluna, like Raiko's electric moves.
It gives you Veil, naturally,
and then like Aurora Veil, and then like it can like autotomize.
Yeah.
And then like freeze dry is
having freeze dry on your roster at all is good. Like, and Vanilluxe has some weird ass moves too. Like it has some weird ass extra options. Like that is not an unusable physical attack stat by any means, and then it can use fucking
Ice Shard.
It can use like Ice Shard. It can use like it can use fucking Beat Up. Vanilluxe learns Beat Up.
Yeah.
Vanilluxe gets his fucking. Vanilluxe gets his fucking homies that jump you, dude.
Yeah, imagine getting jumped by the ice cream man.
And they all have a little tasty summer treat.
Vileplume
hits you with that strawberry schmicks.
When you drafted Vileplume, everyone clapped because you finally had a fairy resist.
Yippee!
Vileplume's actually good as a tier 6.
I did like. Yeah, like I did at first like draft Vileplume as like a token poison type, and then I saw that I had a fire and a water type, so I was like, hey, I could do a fire water a Frig core.
Yeah, you got it's like a decent
core. I actually did some calcs looking at some stuff, and it's like actually pretty good offensively, defensively. I mean, and it's got like strength sap and like status.
Yeah, I think Vileplume's a good tier 6. Like it is a. I don't think it was undervalued at tier 6, but I think it is just a good tier 6.
Yeah.
And then we have Altaria. Altaria is. So I assume you have it as kind of like an extra hazard removal option, and then as like extra removal and like maybe anti-weather.
Yeah, like Cloud9 and like natural heal, like status stuff.
Yeah, just be like a status absorber.
It's got like a pretty different move pool compared to like Salamence, what Salamence has. Yeah. Like a lot of options that Salamence doesn't have that I could play with. Like it has like Perish Song,
Yeah.
and like some fairy moves I could use. And Cotton Guard, if I want to be silly.
Altaria is kind of silly looking at it. Is it like, it's like got better bulk technically than Salamence, but also it's got lower HP, so I'm wondering like how much more bulky it actually is.
I mean, like it's like 20 less space HP, but then with like 25 more special defense.
Yeah.
So it's like Salamence is obviously like way better like physically defensively, but then like there are like some matchups where like Altaria can like has like some moves that could like benefit from that bulk set, or the different bulk set.
Yeah.
Like
and then we have we have Mega Lopunny, which we didn't really talk about. I've been saving a lot of the Megas for last just because most people drafted their Megas close to last. Because of Mass Delusion. But
behind closed doors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. Mega Lopunny is really good. It's like kind of annoying how good Mega Lopunny is. I hate building around it because you think about like it just like stopping a sweep because every fake out does like 25% for no reason, and then like it just switches out and then it just fake outs again, and it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm not sweeping anymore. Sorry for trying.
It is kind of a disrespectful Pokemon.
But it has really good buttons to click. Obviously, Scrappy, amazing, really fast. It's like it is the best Mega in that Dex, I believe. I believe Mega Lopunny and Mega Charizard Y are like the only like S tier viability ranking in that Dex Megas. If I recall. This is the meta game where Mega Mawile is UUBL. So but yeah. Oh, Mega Scizor isn't that good, Eve. Come on now. Mega Scizor is he's just alright. Okay. But yeah.
Yeah, but he's a big red bug. Have you considered that?
Any final thoughts, Faye? Or anybody else?
I did go through like all of my Mondas move pools and just like jot down like everything that I would consider like worth using on the moveset potentially.
Yeah.
And like Clefable was like by far like the longest list I had.
Clefable's crazy.
So many goddamn moves.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that if you bring Z Belly Drum Clefable, you get 1 YouTube candy. So consider that. Anyways, thanks for your time. I think that about covers your roster. We can move on to Frig now. But Frig's not here. But I helped Frig draft a lot of stuff, so I have good insight. So thanks, Faye. So Frig drafted Excadrill in round 1. And then just kind of had to build around that. I think she just really liked Excadrill. And to be fair, Excadrill is really good. We all like Excadrill. But yeah, and then we kind of talked about it, and I was just like, well, Excadrill does kind of want Sand as a partner, and it kind of, Bulk as a partner, etc., etc. But yeah, Excadrill's really good, like, kind of bulky spinner. It's like it's not like super bulky, but it is hard to one-hit KO. It's got 110 HP. You're not one-hit KOing it most of the time unless you have like a super effective move. Which to be fair, it has quite a few weaknesses, but neutral hits aren't gonna smack it that hard. I can't remember exactly what the draft order is, so I'll just go down the list, but yeah. Toxapex is just good. I mean, you know what Toxapex does. Everybody knows what Toxapex does. It sits on things.
It's
and it has
fucking
a generator,
annoying.
and it heals everything, and it just doesn't die. It's hard to kill. It's Toxapex. Merciless Choice Band. Yeah, the famous set that Toxapex is known for is Merciless Choice Band. Merciless Choice Band, how would that even work? You can't poison stuff first. You would have to have a partner to poison everything for you. Anyways. Excuse me. Toxapex is good. We like Toxapex. Well, I don't know. Some people don't. I like Toxapex. I think Toxapex is chill. I think bulky pivots are chill. And speaking of bulky regenerator pivots, Frig has the most annoying, has like the fattest fucking core between Toxapex and Tangrowth. It's like really annoying to break. Like that is the like fat ass regenerator core. Like, try and fucking kill me, bro. I dare you. In the middle there we have Tyranitar. Tyranitar was originally Weavile. We traded. Me and Frig traded Tyranitar for Weavile. Because it's a long story. Like, Frig was going for Sand, and then like I decided to snipe Tyranitar so that I could get Weavile, because like basically I saw Frig drafting and I was like, Frig's definitely gonna draft Tyranitar because she drafted like Pex and Tangrowth, and those are really good partners for Tyranitar defensively. And so I was like, okay, well, she's definitely gonna draft Tyranitar, so I'll take Weavile. And then she took Weavile on the exact round I thought she was gonna take Tyranitar, and I was like, fuck, I guess I'm taking Tyranitar. Because I was considering Tyranitar anyways, because I wanted like a dark type, etc, etc. So that was a weird situation, but Frig got her Tyranitar, and it's really good defensively with the other things. Tyranitar is a fat fuck, but it's also really strong pursuit, really strong rock moves, really strong everything. Everybody loves Tyranitar.
Okay,
one thing
I can commentate again. I fixed Kobeni.
Yeah.
I dropped my Kobeni's hair on the floor, but I fixed it. So, I didn't say anything about, like, the past 3 Pokemon. Excadrill is cool. Honestly, it kind of goes crazy in conjunction with Tyranitar now that I'm looking at it, because it has, like, 2 really good abilities for that. Like, that shit goes wild. I mean, I would, like, just looking at the base roster, like, Frig definitely has, like, a little bit of the Sand team going on.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, like, Tyranitar Tangrowth Pex is a really strong defensive core, and then you have Excadrill as, like, a really strong sweeper. Nidoking is just kind of, like, crazy special attacker that just clicks fucking buttons and doesn't care. It's so funny. Everybody's like, why the fuck does this thing with 85 special attack do 1 billion damage? But it's just sheer force is the best ability in the game.
Really?
Maybe not, but
It's
the best ability in the game. If you have the move pool for it, it certainly is. Yeah. We go down to, we talked about Tangrowth. Tangrowth's just really good partner for Pex, really good partner for Tyranitar, just really, really good. Landorus Incarnate, I received some criticism. Landorus Incarnate it has Sheer Force banned, because with Sheer Force it's way too strong. I still received some criticism for putting Landorus Incarnate in Tier 3 with no Sheer Force. But it's still with Sand Force, it's still really good. 101 is one of those fucking troll speed tiers that everybody hates. Great as a physical or special attacker, just a very versatile Pokemon. Obviously synergizes well with Sand, good Scarfer for that speed stuff. Frig was worried about speed tiers for a bit, but I think that her speed tiers ended up pretty alright overall. A little on the slow side, but her core is good enough that it's fine.
Landorus is kind of fucked up. I mean...
Yeah.
That was all I had to say. I just think it's fucked up. I think it's fucked up, bruh.
Rotom Mo is just kind of a good little like pivot and like extra hazard removal. It can kind of break down some of the walls that like Charizard doesn't like and that like Excadrill doesn't like and stuff like that. It's good for some stuff like that. Marowak as well, who we'll talk about. But Rotom Mo's good. All the Rotom appliances are good on some level. They all have the same stats. It's just different typings, but Mo is like the third best one, but it's still amazing. Kinda low-key. Yeah, and like figuring out how to break Mo for some teams is really hard. Because it does a lot of stuff. Marowak Alola is one of the big numbers, guys. The numbers are huge with this guy. Thick Club just giant attack stat with Thick Club. It's like God's choice band. You think that's an 80 attack stat, but it's really 160, and then it learns Sword Stance, so you can make it kill everything ever. And it actually has a real actually has a real fucking Ghost Stab. I mean, it has Poltergeist too, but it has Shadow Bone, which is not that much weaker than Poltergeist, and is 100% accurate, and they don't need to be holding an item, and it's just good. Marowak is also an interesting mid-ground. Kind of switch, like pivot between Tangrowth and Toxapex as a fire type and as a Pokemon with Lightning Rod. Because if it's not running Rockhead, what it can do is it can kind of pivot between Toxapex and Tangrowth, where it absorbs the electric moves that Toxapex doesn't like, but it absorbs like the fire moves. It can take the fire moves that Tangrowth doesn't like.
Yeah, this is kind of the fattest like fire water grass core we've got.
Yeah. But like it's not it's not going to be taking a million hits, but like for what it is, it's really good to just kind of tank to just kind of go in between stuff and like get safe opportunities with its partners in Tangrowth and Toxapex. So I think it's really good on this team. Marowak needs the right support, but I think it has the right support here.
Yeah.
The one problem is I don't know if there's Trick Room. Trick Room would be great for it, but it actually is like the one thing that underspeeds like all of the Trick Room Pokemon. It's under 50 speed, which is really good. I think Mr. Rhyme probably learns Trick Room. I don't know for sure. I don't fucking know anything about Mr. Rhyme.
Oh, you don't care about Mr. Rhyme?
Frig drafted Mr. Rhyme, and I was like, what the fuck? I was like, seriously, Mr. Rhyme? What the fuck? But now I've been thinking about Mr. Rhyme, and I'm like, well, maybe it's kind of an okay tier 6. But anyways, we haven't gotten to that yet. Heliolisk. I think Frig thought that Sandvale was legal when she drafted Heliolisk, but she didn't trade it away because it's like her fastest Pokemon. It's pretty good. I mean, it's fast. It's hard enough.
Yeah, I mean, Electric's...
It can counter team like Rain, and it can counter team like Sun. It has 2 other abilities for like other weathers, which is nice.
Yeah. I think like an Electric type is always gonna be like a little good, just because Electric stab fucking rules.
Yeah. Weezing Galar has 3 good abilities. It can fucking stop abilities. It can stop other abilities, or it can levitate and be a poison fairy type with a ground immune poison fairy type, which is just an amazing defensive profile. Like holy fuck. Like, all right, let me just open up the type calculator for that. Like that's like so you're at that point you are immune to ground, immune to dragon, quad resist fighting and bug, resist grass, dark, and fairy. Your only weaknesses are steel and psychic. So fucking yeah, like that's an amazing defensive profile. But then it can also be a like Misty Train setter. So it has 3 really good abilities. It's a bulky fairy type. it can be a grounded poison type or a fucking floating poison type, which is an interesting niche. I think Wheezing is a great tier 5, like really good.
Yeah, it's very versatile, which is like always gonna be a good trait to have in draft.
Yeah. Fucking Mr. Rhyme. I don't like. Okay, so here's the thing about Mr. Rhyme. I was like, this thing sucks. And I still look at it and I'm kind of like, this thing sucks. But then I look at it again and I'm like, it has the ability that gets rid of screens. And I kept thinking when I was building against people with screens, I was like, it would be so fucking nice to get rid of screens by switching something in, even if the thing I'm switching in sucks. Because screens are annoying. I hate screens. I hate Aurora Veil, and I hate Light Screen, and I hate Reflect. And I don't want to have to fit Brick Break on every Pokemon. But it's fine. It's Mr. Rhyme, I guess, at the end of the day. At the end of the day, you can't deny that it's Mr. Rhyme.
You do the Mr. Crime, you do the Mr. Rhyme.
Yeah, I think Clefairy, Clefairy's kind of good with Eviolite. It actually is okay. Like, I don't know. It's like it's just like shitty Clefable, but it's like not that shitty.
The ultimate play would have been to draft Clefable and Clefairy.
Yeah, Clefairy's better than Clefable and VGC because of Friend Guard, which is funny, but
that is very funny.
Doesn't matter. But yeah, it's Clefairy. I think Frig has a really good roster overall. That's like my final thoughts. I think Frig has a good roster. I think Frig was really worried about having a bad roster, but I think she has a good one. All of the Pokemon on it are good. Yeah. We went over Lillie with the IE, but how about we go over Lillie with the Y? Now. At this juncture. Yeah, Eve was terrified prepping against Frig. But yeah, so yeah, Lillie with the Y.
I'm already looking at Melmetal stats, and like, I never really had to fight many Melmetals in my day, and I'm looking at this thing's stats, and I'm like, this thing is fucking stupid. This thing is fucking dumb.
Yeah, so Lillie drafted one of the scariest rosters to think about. I like... It is like... Okay, so well, actually, let's start with Porygon Z. This is the first draft Lillie did. Porygon Z is Lily's favorite Pokemon. So I think that the allure of being able to bring Z conversion Porygon Z and have it be like a real ass threat was a lot for Lillie. So and Z conversion Porygon Z is terrifying because 90 base adaptability when you're turning into an electric type and you have Pulp Beam coverage is terrifying. And then your 135 special attack and you're at +1 on that too. Good, but both of those are at +1 also. So you're kind of hard to Oka. So there's that, like, to start. And then you have two other good abilities too, if you want them. Download and Analytic are both good. Analytic's kind of hard with Porygon, but 90 is a workable speed tier to, like, slow yourself down if you want to.
Yeah, you're kind of cutting out a lot right now, Sienna.
I am?
But yeah. It's okay. I'll do the commentary now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is it good?
Sounds good right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Lilly's here to say fuck you and no priority. You can't priority beat Porygon. You have to die. You have to outspeed it or die. Which is good because it's good. It also gives Porygon the option to Z conversion to Psychic and have Psychic terrain boosted Psychic moves, which is an interesting option. Or it was just Psychic terrain Psychic, rather.
With the Tapu Lele, that's crazy.
Yeah. So it's blocking priority, and it has the option to do terrain boosted Psychic. So it's got that as a double feature.
Yeah, this is kind of a criminal to look out for.
Melmetal is good. You might have noticed that Melmetal is a strong Pokemon. Melmetal has high HP, defense, and attack stats. Melmetal's speed is poor, but it is good at defeating its opponents.
Yeah, no, this thing can be killing people. You, like, look at this thing, funny.
Nothing can fucking 1v1 Melmetal at all. But yeah, like... And Melmetal's a good kind of breaker as a buddy to Porygon. It's a physical wall breaker to help with the special sweeper. And I mean, like, there's a scarce few physical wall breakers that break walls harder than Melmetal. Double Iron Bash with Iron Fist boost, and then it can even run Punching Glove with that, and like, or it can do Band or whatever the fuck it wants. It's good. But yeah, Melmetal's fire.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to having to fight Melmetal. Like, at all.
Go down to a Azumarill. Azumarill's kind of a, like... I mean, it's a Azumarill. It does Azumarill stuff. You can, Belly Drum, you can, I honestly think Azumarill's kind of weird for Lily's team, because it's kind of slow, and it can't really use its priority that much if Psychic Terrain's in effect, but... It's still Azumarill. Like, you still have to fucking respect it.
Yeah, Azumarill has always been, like, deceivingly, like, really good.
It is so strong. It's just the numbers are that good. And it can use, like, Z-Belly Drum, too. It has, like, that as an option, so it can be healthy. It has, like, you know, if there is no Psychic Terrain, it can be, like... It can Aqua Jet people all day. Azumarill's good. Mandibuzz is just kind of like a good pivot, like, hazard removal, thing. Mandibuzz is really good. If you look at Mandibuzz's stats, you'll see that they're good. And if you look at Mandibuzz's move pool, you'll see that it's good. These are some elements of Mandibuzz.
Mandibuzz is the one Pokemon that, you remember that one image of the guy with, like, the big ears, and then he took, like, a picture of himself later after he, like, graduated college, and he was like, check out how good I look now, and then, like, the fucking vulture is saying, show us your ears. That's Mandibuzz. That's the kind of shit Mandibuzz is on.
Yeah.
It's a mischievous trickster, not to be messed with.
Yeah, but yeah, just really consistent hazard removal pivot, like, it switches into a lot of stuff. It's good. Gengar is just, you know what Gengar does. I don't need to explain Gengar to anyone. It's fucking Gengar. He's been around forever. He's been the fucking god forever. He's just the pimp. And he has Nasty Plot now, and stuff. Like, you can Nasty Plot, you can just be fast, like, 110, good speed tier. Really good cleaner to just kind of clean up for the fucking piles of bodies that Porygon and Melmetal create. Fortress is the hazard setter.
4 just sets every hazard, and it also learns Volt Switch for no reason. I think it's good for if a more kind of hyper offense mode, it can just kind of like set hazards and explode or Volt Switch out or pivot around, be like a just kind of a bulky steel type. It's got good options. I think that this is a more offensive team, but I actually think that 4 just fits in pretty well here. It also is a decent Trick Room user for it's decent with like Gyro Ball and Trick Room. 90 base attack is alright.
Yeah, Fortress is like another like deceivingly good mon.
Noivern was a trade. This was originally Clodsire. And I recommended the trade to Lillie. Lillie notably took like 3 days to submit her trades. My personal recommendations were Noivern and Thievel. So Noivern was for Clodsire, because I was like, Clodsire doesn't do that much for this team, because it's kind of passive. And it doesn't, it's just kind of weird. Yeah, Noivern adds an extra nice speed tier. It's another dragon type, it's another special attacker. It's Noivern, it does stuff. It clicks Boom Burst and fucking Hurricane and whatever the fuck. It has moves. It has Draco Meteor. Yeah. Indeedee female is fucking cheap. This almost shouldn't have been in tier 5. This is another Psychic Train setter, which might seem redundant until you realize that Indeedee female is like a bulky, expanding force learning, healing wish Trick Room setter, with like, it's just like, it does a lot of stuff. Like it enables the Trick Room mode on this team, and it like clicks expanding force pretty good, and it dies and heals something. If you think Melmetal is hard to kill once, then imagine chipping Melmetal a bunch and then having Trick Room Healing Wish into Melmetal, and then you just have to deal with getting Double Iron Bash flinched every fucking turn against a full health Melmetal. Like, it's annoying. So that thing is scary. I like Vikavolt. It works well in Trick Room. It learns Sticky Web, which makes it another speed control option. Thinking about speed against Lily's fucking roster is so annoying. Because she has so many, like, 90 speed area guys, but, like, she also has Trick Room and Psychic Terrain and all this stuff that makes the speed tiers just annoying to think about. It's like, you can't really reliably know what you need to outspeed and what you need to underspeed and what you need to be doing.
Yeah, she can get a little silly with it.
Yeah, Vikavolt is good. It's strong. 145 special attack, good in Trick Room, Sticky Web setter, pretty bulky. Shout out to Vikavolt. And it's cool looking. Everybody likes Vikavolt. Thievel was another trade. Okay, so this was where fucking Scovillain was originally. So Lillie drafted Scovillain as tier 6, as I mentioned before. It was supposed to be a tier 4. Lillie drafted it as a tier 6 because none of us realized it wasn't actually tier 6. And then we let her take it anyways, but she felt kind of guilty or whatever, or she just didn't want it anymore. So I was like, okay, you get an extra trade to trade away the thing you're not supposed to have, and then you get one more trade. That was the deal I decided to make. And nobody seemed to mind, so that was what we wanted. So she traded the Noivern, and then she traded the my other recommendation was trading, if you're gonna trade Scovillain for anything, trade it for Thievel. Because you have Psychic Train here, and you don't have any Unburdened Pokemon. And so Thievel is kind of a weird Unburdened mon, because it's not that strong. That's why it's tier 6. But it has an interesting move pool. It has like fire it has fire coverage and like a couple other weird types. Burning Jealousy is its fire coverage, which you don't know what Burning Jealousy is. Me either. You think I remember what Burning Jealousy does? Fuck off. But yeah, Evil. Nasty plot on Burden. It clicks, moves pretty good. Evil's fine. It's good. It's a good unburdened one. And it makes the speed tiers even more annoying to deal with because now you have to think about. You have to think about that. You said if you want a tier 6 unburden, you want to go on Subtile. Subtile sucks. Sorry, that's my personal opinion. I think Subtile sucks.
Yeah, but that's kind of
because I don't think the numbers. I actually just think that like the numbers are like worse and it's less funny. So that's my opinion. Sorry.
I mean, like, I really do think it's funny as fuck. Like, I don't know. I kind of almost think like, if you're gassing up people like this and you're disrespecting Sceptile, you're like I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I think Evil is a better unburdened sweeper than Sceptile because Sceptile doesn't fucking learn any moves.
It can't be that bad. It cannot be that bad. Like, I literally, like, in my mind, I cannot process that. That's crazy.
Sceptile's coverage is like Brick Break and like, I guess it learns Earthquake, but like you're still working off of the same like attacking stat as. I'm not arguing about this. I'm not arguing about Sceptile versus Evil in this fucking chat room right now. Wishy-Washy is fine. Wishy-Washy is an okay tier 6. I think Lillie just picked Wishy-Washy because she likes it, and that's fine. You can just pick tier 6s because you like them. It's okay. Nobody can stop you. I like that everybody has started saying Glizzy Glide because of me, and nobody will say anything else ever for the remainder of this draft. Yeah. Lily's roster is strong. Oh, Garchomp too. Mega Garchomp. Mega Garchomp is another insane wall breaker, and it's also fat and bulky, and it's a hazard setter, and it does a lot of stuff. And it has 120 special attack, so it can be mixed too.
The Ice Beam in the room.
Yeah, but like, yeah, it is another kind of weird like 90-ish speed tier. Though it is faster before it megas. But like, that's fine. Like, again, I think that Lily's roster is so annoying to think about speed tiers with, that like, Lily's roster is so annoying to think about speed tiers with, and like, that like the 90s are actually still annoying to prepare for. Yeah. We're final thoughts on Lillie? You have anything, Morgan?
I think that what happened in New York was a tragedy, and Osada needs to pay the price.
That's fucking beautiful. Okay. Let's get Mike on the horn. Mike's in. I'm inviting Mike to speak to talk about this roster.
I already know which Pokemon here is my favorite.
Okay. You want to talk about? Which one? Which one, Morgan?
Trapinch.
Yeah.
I think the arena trap is too funny.
Trapinch is, you have to actually think about it, which makes it a good tier 6, I think.
Exactly.
So yeah, like, so Mike, you want to talk about? I think Ampharos was your first draft, right? Mega Ampharos.
Yes, I had two with the first.
Yeah.
That came in the second. So it was Ampharos and Shuckle.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep it real. I put very little thought into those two. I like only read the pinned comment you made about how to build a team after a few of the first drafts.
Yeah.
But I mean, Shuckle, adorable little guy. I love him.
Yeah.
God bless that he only has one niche, so everyone knows what I'm doing if I bring him.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Either you're spamming hazards or you're doing some fucking powered split guard blast bullshit. So
Yeah, I was trying to find ways to maybe like have him be a Swiss Army knife of sorts. So if one Pokemon leads, I can try doing knockoff or a power trick or something else. But it's a little hard.
Yeah.
As for Mega Ampharos, I kind of just picked a Mega that I remembered. I think I made it still a decent pick because, I mean, Mold Breaker's kind of wasted on it, but I think it's a kind of nice bulky wall breaker if need be.
Yeah.
I think it's got a decent
really strong.
There's one thing that Mega Ampharos' Mold Breaker helps it with. And it's if Lightning Rod Marowak Alola is brought.
Yeah. Yeah, you can also Trick Room. You can also Trick Room, it's Trick Room because it's slow as fuck.
Yeah.
You have Executor, you have a Alolan Executor to set that.
Yeah,
so,
that's one of the reasons I brought him.
That's good. It's also like a slow pivot. You can slow Volt Switch into stuff, which is good. And the Volt Switches will sting because that's 165 special attack. I think Mega Ampharos has its stuff. You have the Samurai Hisui. I heard through the grapevine that you didn't know it had. You didn't know what Ceaseless Edge did before until well after drafting it.
I didn't. I just thought like, oh, it's a cool water dark type. I played Legends Arceus recently. It'll be fun. And then I learned that it can set spikes with that move, and I'm like, oh, wow, what a deal.
Yeah, Samurai Hisui is like, genuinely, it's kind of crazy to me, like, how popular it is, specifically because of Ceaseless Edge. Like, if it did not have that, it would easily, like, drop from OU like a fucking, like, rock falls off a 10-story building. That shit would kill someone on impact.
But it's just sharpness with, like, doubles, like really good dual stab. Like, Water Dark is, like, top 3 stab combinations in the game, at least.
Yeah.
Is really good.
Yeah, it's the fact that its ability also stacks with that. It's got some other slashing moves. I just found it's just such a good include on the team. It just really can carry its weight and threaten things.
Yeah, Samurai's great. We have the Enamorous. The fucking...
Yes. That was Hazel's recommendation. Because I was trying to figure out what my other tier 1 would be. And I had no idea Enamorous existed until like a month ago. But then she recommended it and I was looking at the stats, I was like, oh damn, this thing's kind of snasty.
Yeah.
And not only that, but just like freaking, what was it, like Superpower Contrary?
Yeah.
That's kind of strong.
It's got some fucking sets. Enamorous was almost a tier 2. We narrowly avoided Enamorous being a tier 2 for some reason. I think it was really just because I looked at I like tiered it before Home really like meta had stabilized and Enamorous wasn't getting used that much early on. I was like, oh, Enamorous isn't that good, and then I started fighting Enamorous and it's like, holy shit, this thing's amazing.
I think part of the reason Enamorous wasn't getting used that much was because the dog crowned was still allowed.
Yeah, and Eleki and all this other fucking and fucking especially Magirna, because Magirna
fuck. I forgot about Magirna. Magirna was so fucked up.
Around.
I repressed it from my memory because I fucking hated fighting Magirna.
Yeah. We have Iron Moth.
Competitive Pokemon things. I have no idea how to do competitive Pokemon.
Yeah, well, it's a great learning experience. I think Draft is very fun for learning how to play the game because you get to build in a more focused way where you actually feel like you know what you're like doing instead of just kind of this vague concept of like, well, this is probably good because this might happen, and like this like even like for me as an experienced player, when I'm building for a ladder, I'm like overwhelmed by the amount of options. So when you pare it down and you just look at like this is the 13 Pokemon that they can bring, then it's like, okay, I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna figure out a good team to beat this, and you get down to the fundamentals of it, and it's a lot of fun. And I think it's a good learning experience. I think it'll be a good learning experience for all the newer players.
Definitely, it's been very fun building a team, and there's just so many moments where I'm like, oh wait a minute, I can actually pull off this combo.
Yeah,
and very fun.
Yeah,
and yes, Iron Moth. I have grown to have a new appreciation for it. I freaking love it.
It's dope.
It's got such a nice design, and then I didn't realize until I had drafted it was starting to build teams. It's got some pretty nasty coverage too. Like
Iron Moth is scary.
Yeah.
Like I think just having that variety is enough to like anyone going up against me like kind of has to consider what moves I might be bringing on it, and that's a kind of nice, very like unknown that the people I'm going against can't really consider or know exactly what to expect.
And they have to like be sure to like get that like right. Like they don't want to fuck up their turns against Iron Moth because it does have like a very nice speed tier. And
110, great.
Speedy boy.
If you get matched up with the one Pincurchin player, if for some reason they still bring it out against you, you could have fun. You could have so much fun.
I mean, Charlotte is around 1, and there's Coco there. Like, you can.
That was.
Yeah,
that was fun because it's like, I don't think they're bringing it, but if they do, that immediately makes Iron Moth like much more of a hazard on the field.
Yeah,
for sure.
Could be funny as fuck.
There's Bulu for Buluing time.
Yes. I never played any of the Sun and Moon games, and I just thought it'd be cool to have one of the terrain mons. And I realized it does have a nice little bit of synergy with some other Pokemon on my team because grassy terrain nullifies that ground damage.
Yeah, it's good with Iron Moth. Yeah, it's actually quite a good core now I think about it. Like Samurai Iron Moth Bulu is actually quite a good little offensive core if I were to grass.
Yeah. Actually though?
Yeah. With the earthquake weakening for Moth and stuff, like nice.
Yeah, that's like kinda crazy. That's like good tech.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not sure how much I should reveal of my planning or plans here, but I found out that one of my Pokemon gets a certain move that on grassy terrain makes it very hazardous.
Yeah.
When me and Hazel found that out, we were like, oh god, yes.
Yeah. We have Metagross. I mean, that's Metagross, man. That's a boss.
Yeah, I started playing in like Gen 3, and since then, Metagross has always just been in my mind, like this scary mon to go up against.
Yeah.
It's hard to hit, it can hit back very hard, and if you don't really deal with it, it seems like it has good options to start setting up a little bit, maybe pivoting to use some sort of setup.
It's got like the Bullet Punch, it's got the Pursuit, it's got like a lot of really good options. It's nice to always obviously have a good like bulky like steel type in your arsenal. Metagross does a lot of stuff. It can be like set up for different things. Wall breaker, sweeper. It's good. And it's awesome. Everybody thinks Metagross is cool, so that's another bonus.
Exactly. The big walking computer with punching hands. It's fantastic.
Yeah. We have Gastrodon.
Yes. I thought I needed more either water or ground coverage.
Yeah.
And I forget where I had heard it, but I always thought Gastrodon was a good tanky mon.
Yeah.
So
it's
I was
pretty.
Like, hey, look.
It's got pretty solid bulk. It's got the Storm Drain, so it can switch into water moves and like deal with that. It's got Sand Force, so it can kind of counter team Sand. We have a couple Sand players, so that's kind of an interesting option. Yeah, Gastrodon's good.
Watch out for my freeze dry though.
Gligar's close.
Yeah, I think that was another pick that Hazel recommended for me, but like, I was amazed looking at like, oh, if I put Eviolite on this thing, it can actually like tank hits.
It's so bulky. It's so bulky because 105 defense and then 65 special defense isn't that bad, but like once you Eviolite it, it's like holy shit, dude. It's got such good bulk with Eviolite.
Yeah.
It's got that little poison immunity too. Roost, like it's basically just mini Gliscor. It's not it's not quite as offensively threatening, and it's not quite as it's not quite as unkillable in the same way, but it is certainly really strong. It's just a defensive beast.
It's like dollar store Gliscor. Not as good, but it's good value.
It's like 5 below Gliscor. It's a little bit above like Dollar Tree. It's like 5 below stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We got Delmise.
Yes.
Delmise kind of awesome.
Yeah, that was I think another Hazel pick because I never played Sun and Moon, but it seemed like another good setup remover. Because I have
got the
Gligar can work as that.
It's got the defog on Gligar and then the rabbit spin on Delmise.
Yeah, I wanted to be able to have a setup remover who didn't remove what I had set up too. And then some of its moves, I think, what was the one that Hazel was freaking out about? Like Poltergeist or something like that?
Yeah, Poltergeist. It's got like Poltergeist, like Power Whip, I think. It has the Steel Worker, so it can Steel Stab too, like essentially. So it's like a weird thing. It's got like good stats, like 70, 130, or 70, fucking 70, 100, 90 bulk is really good. It's another thing that can function in Trick Room, which you seem to have a pretty solid Trick Room mode.
Yeah, I was thinking about, like, man, looking at Delmise's stats, this thing kind of is a fucked up Trick Room mon. Like...
Yeah, I really didn't think it had 131 attack, I'll be real.
Yeah, that's crazy good.
Yeah, we have Executor Alola, the homie.
Yes, the silly tall guy.
He, this is like, I assume mostly just like, kind of, can press like its Draco Meteor or Leaf Storm or whatever, and then also can Trick Room for you.
That was the idea. I know I'm not sure how good it is to have Frisk, but I know that it is always good to have that ability just to see what your opponent has if you're ever dubious about it.
Yeah, I think Frisk is weirdly good in draft. It's not like you'll pick other things over it a lot of the time, but when you have it, you're like always grateful you do.
Yeah.
And we go to Excelgor. Excelgor is kind of good. It's not like good, but it's like kind of good. Like the thing about it is that it has Unburden and 145 base speed. And that means that it. So like when I like this example from my like the last draft I was in where somebody actually pulled out Throat Spray Bug Buzz Excelgor.
Yeah, I heard that.
To Unburden, and then it was outspeeding fucking everything in Rain. It was outspeeding Barraskewda in Rain. That would even outspeed Sneasler with Unburden. Though I don't know how it would kill it.
Not the best move variety.
Actually, maybe it has. I don't know. Maybe it has a psychic move. I don't know.
Yeah, I just want another bug type. I always thought Excelgor kind of looked cool, and then having that Unburden and the Throat Spray maneuver is pretty good.
Yeah. Excelgor is dope. And we have Trap Pinch. Trap Pinch was a trade you originally got like Hitmontop, I think.
Yeah. So I wanted to get Hitmonlee, but I misread it as T6. And then I was notified that it was T5, and I like panic chose Hitmontop, and then I looked at its Smogon. I was like, oh, there's something I could use it for. And I think the description literally said like, oh man, it'd be so good if it just if everything else didn't just do what it did better. And they literally mentioned Delmai just being a better setup remover and other fighting types just being better. And I was like, I need to get rid of this little guy. And then the strats with Trapinch, it also being able to tank stuff when it has Eviolite. And also that arena trap is kind of just nasty.
Yeah, and like I'm just imagining like Trick Room arena trap, like you can, if you have Trick Room up and you get like revenge killed by something, then suddenly Trapinch is faster than you because you can't underspeed 10 base speed.
Trick Rooms are where we shall flourish.
So yeah, like I fully expect Trapinch to cook. I'm gonna be real. It's almost impossible for Trapinch to not cook.
I'm with you on that.
I'm winning here.
But yeah. Alright. Any final thoughts from anyone on this roster?
I'm excited for Trapinch to go all the way.
Same.
Me too.
I will say that I am kind of surprised that my just grab bag grabbing things and figuring out along the way kind of made a decent roster.
Yeah.
And for certain people I can just very easily threaten their entire roster. So I'm excited.
Yeah. And I really hope you have fun. So yeah, I'm glad you're with us. I'm glad you were able to hop into this draft. Thanks for
having me be the replacement.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for hopping on. Alright. So, who's this Morgan fucker? Who's this motherfucker?
Only the greatest motherfucker in the universe. Alright?
Yeah.
I have devised
this.
I have devised a positively devious team that I have not yet figured out how to use properly yet, but I'll learn. I'll learn. I have Mega Mawile, which I need to figure out the tech with Mega Mawile, because the speed kind of sucks, but also that huge power goes crazy. I feel like there is a way to apply a Mawile. I just actually literally didn't realize its speed tier was that bad.
Yeah, you also didn't know it had Sucker Punch.
Yeah, Sucker Punch is gonna go crazy.
Yeah. So once you're taking advantage of the Sucker Punch, that's a lot scarier.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's really bulky. I mean, 95, 50 HP is not great, but 125 defense, 95 special defense. It doesn't need to outspeed everything because it can live stuff.
Yeah.
Which is nice. It has pretty good coverage to pick and choose what it wants to threaten. There's a lot of fucking walls that it can break. Yeah. You got your Tusk.
I do got Tusk. Tusk was well, first of all, honestly, part of the reason I picked Tusk is because Mew got swept up so early. I was thinking man, I could have Mew do so much, and then when Mew got swept up, I was like, fuck, I need Pokemon with rolls. I need Pokemon who do shit aside from hurt people. Great Tusk is it puts up the rocks, it gets rid of the rocks, and he does it in a funny way. I mean, I think
also breaks all the steel types. It breaks all the steel types that threaten your main sweepers, which is really good.
Great Tusk breaks your fucking back, makes you humble. With the photosynthesis boost, I mean, I don't know. If I go against the fucking Charizard, Great Tusk probably isn't gonna do that good, but it could be funny though. It could be funny though.
Could be funny though.
That's what's most important.
Yeah. Yeah, you got that Dirge.
I got that Dirge. Listen, after playing so much Gen 9 OU, Skeledirge might be the GOAT to end all GOATs, genuinely. Skeledirge is way bulkier than you it's way bulkier than you think it would be, and a lot of the biggest offensive threats do not like dealing with him. It is UU,
Yeah.
which is fucked up to me. I cannot believe that Skeledirge is UU. It's like already on the UU radar because he's fucked up there.
Yeah.
Like,
He's a fucking king.
he's like I still use Skeledirge in OU, and it's still like as good. And I mean, granted, honestly, in this draft, it's a little worse because it doesn't have that like Terra. If I could do Terra Fairy Skeledirge, like, it would be over. Nobody would be able to stop me.
Yeah.
Like, I would just bring Skeledirge every game and it would win.
But regardless, like, I don't know, just having an Unaware Mon also is just so, like... And it's weird, because Unaware Mons feel kind of, a lot of the time, like, kind of wasted slots in draft unless they have a really good extra role that they can serve. But Dirge is, like, the perfect example of that, where it's unaware, but it does so much else. Like, it is not just a passive thing that just sits there. Yeah, I didn't think this would take this long either, but we're just getting into talking, but that's fine. It's chill to talk. Talking's, like, fun. But yeah. They're just great. It's really valuable in draft, I think. Good pickup.
Thank you.
How about Mr. Bex?
The Bax, though? Everybody, like, even including myself, disrespected Bax when Gen 9 first came out. We didn't believe in him because it was like, oh, he's like ice type. That kind of sucks, though. And then, like, actually, he's like one of the craziest Dragon Dance guys. I think he, like, honestly, genuinely, even with, like, extreme speed Dragonite, I think that Bax Caliber kind of just, like, beats his ass. I think that Bax Caliber looks at Dragonite and he spits in his goddamn face.
Yeah.
I mean, Ice Body is good with kind of the hail setup I got going, which, I mean, we could talk about more when we get to the hail setters. But, like, Thermal Exchange also is, like, a really good ability.
Like, you can't burn it. Like, one of the main ways that you ruin, like, setup sweepers is by burning them, like, physical setup sweepers, and you can't burn them.
Yeah, no, he doesn't give a shit. He eats that shit up.
Yeah. But yeah. Bax is great. Really scary to build around, also with snow, with the snow defense boost. 92 defense, 115 HP goes a long way in being hard to kill, even if you're Dragon Ice.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Just try and kill him, I fucking dare you.
You're scared to click fire moves and stuff. Slowking, the Slowking stuff.
Yeah.
I guess that is a snow center. You have the chilly reception there.
Yeah, chilly reception was, like, the big thing for me, and also, like, in terms of, like, having, like, an actual, like, snow team, I was also, like, yeah, I should have some Pokemon that aren't just, like, ice types, though, because as much as the ice type is awesome offensively, it sucks balls defensively, and I need, like, something. I need a little something. I mean, Regenerator is never gonna be bad in the history of ever. If anybody ever in the world has said that Regenerator is bad, they've completely lost it, and they actually come from a mirror universe where Pokemon is completely different and Slowking is ass.
Yeah. Yeah, and you just click Future Port, you can, like, you keep the, or you just future fucking Chilly Reception. Chilly Reception helps you keep up the snow without having to switch in Ninetales too much, or, like, Abomasnow, as the case may be. Which means that you can focus more on having Slowking keep the snow up, and having, like, Ninetales keep the veil up.
Yeah.
Which helps kind of divvy up the rolls and makes it better. Yeah, Calm Mind Slowking is a real thing too.
It could be funny.
Oh shit, Portillo's is trending on Twitter because apparently the tornado's in a suburb right now, and it's very clearly visible, and the Portillo's drive-thru is completely packed. Shouts out to Chicago. Let's go Chicago, baby. If I die, do a tornado, I better be with a cake shake in my mouth. That's all I'm gonna say. Dual fisting, a cake shake, and a Polish. Let's fucking go. Anyways, sorry about that. Earthworm has Shedtail in this draft.
Yeah, no, I needed
Shedtail in this draft.
That's the only reason I drafted Well, no, actually, I think I actually was gonna draft Earthworm either way, just because he's my funny worm.
You actually asked after drafting Earthworm if it had Shedtail, and like it's fucking, it's good. It's scary. Like, it's not like, the thing is that yes, it gets taunted, and yes, like everybody will do everything they can to stop Shedtail. But like, if you have enough gimmicks and weird stuff that like lets you get Shedtail off, then like you will get Shedtail off eventually.
Yeah.
Like, Veil plus Earthworm is so sad. Yeah, it is. It's scary. I hate it. And it's something where I was like, yeah, like I don't know, and like me and Eve were talking about it, where it's like, and I think you'll admit that you're not the best builder out there, but I think you're such a good like play-by-play, just like gamer. Like I think you're just good at like the act of playing Pokemon, even if your building isn't as good.
Mm-hmm.
And like that means that you are especially scary with a Pokemon like Earthworm, because you can find the situations where you can Shedtail, even if your opponent might be doing everything they can to stop it. Which is really valuable.
This is what the people are doing to my Earthworm. They have to stop him.
But yeah, Earthworm's scary. But you know, we're gonna do everything we can to stop this guy. Speaking of complex bans, other tier 3 of Annihilate, no Rage Fist. But still a boss.
Yeah, Annihilate is kind of funny, because I really only picked it at first because I was like, oh, I really need like a good pivot Pokemon. And then like I drafted Annihilate, and like while I lost my first draft battle, spoiler, Annihilate was like the MVP. Annihilate was getting shit done. It's like really good. I think like, I don't know, it's just, like, Defiant is such a good ability, and it's got, like, such a good move pool, even if you can't really, like, do its Ghost Stab. Like, it's just...
Yeah, all of its stats are good. Like, its bulk is amazing. It has, like, I don't know, like, bulk up Annihilate, even without Rage Fist, is an incredible win condition. Like, especially with, like, it's like, there are some teams where 1000%, if you get Veil and Shedtail on bulk up Annihilate, you win the game. Like, you will just win the game.
Yeah.
Like it's pretty crazy. But then you're also a nice pivot. You're also a pretty fast taunt user. Annihilate's good. It's a good Pokemon.
Yeah.
But we have to get to the star of the show here. We have to get to the first draft. Morgan's first pick. Cloyster.
You know I was bringing Cloyster. You know I'm always bringing that heat. Like, you gotta bring heat more, honestly, if you want even a shot. Cloyster is just like, listen, I'm gonna bring it to every game no matter what. Skill Link is funny as fuck. I went with Overcoat because I got really scared of Sandstorm, but you know I'm gonna be bringing that Skill Link shit.
Yeah.
Like, and it's like, I don't even necessarily need to just do, like, the obvious, like, Icicle Sphere, like, Rock Blast set. Like, that set is probably gonna be really good in most scenarios, but Cloyster can Rapid Spin, which is really funny. Like, if I really wanted to, I could trick someone.
Spikes out too.
Yeah, I could trick someone into thinking like Cloyster's about to cook them with Shell Smash, and then they're like, "Oh, I'll figure out a way around this." And then actually, Cloyster is there to be a little bitch, just a little fucker. There's so many ways I could play Cloyster. It's like decently versatile for being tier 4.
Yeah, Cloyster's good, and I think it's hilarious that you got Cloyster, that you drafted Cloyster first, and then got Great Tusk still.
Yeah, it's so funny.
You got one of the most valuable tier 1s, by far. Right after drafting Cloyster. And then, my greatest regret telling you to draft this, Ninetales Alola.
Yeah. Just a really good snow setter.
It's the snow, it sets the Veil. I hate the Veil. It's so fast.
Yeah.
Veil, it's like way too bulky with like, you think it's not that bulky, and then you look at its stats, and it's like 73 HP is fine, and then its defense, it's 75 defense, but then it's boosted by snow, so it's like 100 defense, and then it's 100 special defense, and it's like, how do you even kill it? I don't know. I still haven't figured it out. I don't know how to make it stop doing snow. How to make it stop doing Veil. It's really hard.
You gotta bring Rayquaza.
I'm scared of it. Yeah. I need that fucking Cloud9 stuff. But yeah. And it quits Freeze Dry, which is the best move in the game, so that's good too. Obama Snow.
Obama Snow is a funny pick. It's probably like my most worthless Pokemon on my team because in most ways it is outclassed by Ninetales. But one, it creates the funniest possible Fire Water Grass Core. Two, it has slightly better offenses. So theoretically, I could run it alongside Ninetales, get an Aurora Veil out, and then, like, somehow find my way into getting it in and having it click, like, Blizzard and shit. And, like, having a fun time and playing.
Yeah.
It's, like, it's goofy. It's probably, like, my worst Pokemon, but it's fine. He's funny.
Yeah. And you can do the Obama reference.
Exactly.
Always.
Although, I don't actually remember. I have, like, a list of what I was gonna nickname all my Pokemon. I didn't actually name it Obama. I named it...
If I were naming it, like... One second, wait 1 second. I need to do research.
I went with the nickname Mr. Bucket from Board
Dude,
James.
if I were... Fuck, you can't fit My Fellow Americans, period, into the Showdown name limit. But you can type My Fellow American. So, it's for your consideration. It's not a fucking AVGN reference, though. Anyways, why not? So, lore about why not, at about 3 AM, I was, like, about to go to sleep, and then I thought about the idea of legalizing Shadow Tag Why Not in this draft, and I asked everyone, and everyone said yes. And, now we have to live with that forever. And Morgan has it. Which, this is another, like, gimmick in Morgan's bucket of gimmicks.
Another thing for me to go, like, fuck y'all.
You know, with Why Not, you really have to have a choice. Like, if you have a choice attacker, it's probably dead. Like, basically, it's not guaranteed. It can't trap everything, obviously, but, like, if you have a choice attacker, it's probably dead. It can't really trap, like, setup Pokemon. It can't trap, like, non-choice Pokemon that well. It's just not really good enough at that. But if you have a choice lock Pokemon, it will die. And you just kind of gotta hold that. Unless it's a special attacking dark type, then Mirror Coat won't do anything. So, sorry about that. Why not? But yeah, Why Not's kind of good.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a devious little creature that I've picked up and I've scooped up and I put it in my backpack.
And it's fun.
And it's funny, most importantly.
Now,
if I was a real one, I would bring the telepathy. Why not? If I was a real one, but unfortunately I'm fake as fuck.
Dude, the fucked up thing is that, like, if you brought telepathy, it would still say the message is like you might be trapped.
Yeah.
Like it wouldn't do anything.
like telepathy is a useless ability in singles, but it would still say that. It would be kind of funny. Oreo is pretty good. Honestly, it shouldn't have been tier 6. It should have been tier 5, but I left it in tier 6, and it's in tier 6. Like, Oreo is way worse without Terra than it is with Terra. Like, I mean, there's a reason why it's like fucking UU now in Gen 9 because of Terra.
Yeah.
It's still like pretty fast, pretty strong, like Quiver Dance Sweeper.
Yeah, Quiver Dance and like Revelation Dance are both like good as fuck. Honestly, like 100%, like I was like drafting Oricorio specifically because I was like, fuck, I should really have an electric type. And I like thought about it, and I was like at tier 6, and I was like, man, what are like literally any good electric types? And then like I saw Oricorio Pom Pom, and the gears started turning.
Yeah. You should have gotten like Belly Bolt or something.
Well,
no, you shouldn't have. But
well, the thing is, the thing with Oricorio also, and I didn't realize this until I played it, was that it has defog too. So it's like another hazard remover, which is not half bad.
And then you got that dog.
I got that dog in me.
Who notably has a pretty good Scarf speed tier.
Yeah, no, Mabostiff was one of those things where I was like, literally this team was crafted with me looking at a type calculator and seeing, okay, how do I ensure that I hit, like, everything in the game, at least neutrally? And, like, Dark was the big thing I was missing. I think, actually, it made it so I hit everything super effectively, technically, with all my Pokemon. So, out of all the tier 6 Dark types, I was like, I looked up Mabostiff. I saw I had, like, a decent attack stat, and I was like, man, a decent attack stat and Intimidate? He's got that dog in him. He's got that dog in him.
Mabostiff, yeah, and I think Stakeout's honestly even better than Intimidate on Mabostiff, personally. Stakeout's really good, because, like, the numbers. I think the one unfortunate thing is just that Mabostiff really doesn't have any good moves that are not named Crunch. And, and, Play Rough, I guess, but, like, it doesn't, like, have, like, any moves, really, that are, like, over, like, 90 power. And it just doesn't, as a result, it just doesn't quite hit as hard as you want it to, despite having a good special, or a good attack stat. But, you know, it's got the Destiny Bond, it's got the, it's got the Crunch, it's got, like, you know, it's got a good little set of moves. And
most importantly, it's got that dog in them.
I don't really have Mabostiff like, I don't regret drafting Mabostiff. I really think it could have been useful in... like, if I had had a matchup where it was useful, I probably would have brought it, but it wasn't useful, like, in any matchups. The problem with drafting Mabostiff is that I also drafted Crawdaunt, and I needed to find a situation where I wanted to use Mabostiff instead of Crawdaunt as, like, a Dark-type offensive thing that isn't that fast. And, that's Crawdaunt. Like, that's literally Crawdaunt, bro. Anyways, any final thoughts on your roster, on your Frostbite Fiends?
I think it's very funny and, like, emblematic of my weird fucking team building that I accidentally made a snow team. That was not the intention at first, and then I just, like, made a snow team that also has, like, the most obnoxious gimmicks in the world to deal with. You gotta deal with Aurora Veil, you gotta deal with Shedtail, you gotta deal with Wynot. I honestly should just be bringing those 3 to every game just to, like, make people as pissed off as possible.
Yeah. And then, but you can also just not bring them to any game, and people will over-prepare for them, and then you're fighting a slightly worse version of their team.
True. Very true.
It's the power of having that many gimmicks. But yeah, let's move along to Ray, who has been patiently waiting, like, this entire time. Let's bring them in here. Invite to speak.
Hello.
Hi.
So
So-
yeah, my team.
Since the Ridge City Slurpers Dollars, we haven't been like saying people's team names, which is
Yeah.
especially because
I
not
don't
everybody
look
has
yet.
them. But yeah,
Don't have a look at, but I should make one.
we'll reveal people's logos and team names and theme songs like when everybody actually has them for real.
Yeah.
But yeah. Let's talk about your draft. You drafted Tapu Fini round 1, right?
Yeah, Tapu Fini was my highest priority for first draft because I kind of looked at it and I was like, oh, this guy can kind of just like do pretty much whatever.
Yeah.
Like, you can just kind of build an entire team around this.
Yeah, calcing and trying to like the way I tend to build is I really search for like Okos. Like I search for Okos in the worst possible situations, or like 2 KOs, or like Okos with stealth or whatever. Like the most damage I can do in like the worst situation, like the worst like this is max bulk in the worst direction. And trying to do that against Tapu Fini makes you tear your fucking hair out.
Yeah, it doesn't seem very possible to do that. You have
It's
like
not
a really
fucking
good
fun.
bulk, and you have like an insanely good defensive profile. And you can't like status it 'cause it's gonna put out Misty Terrain every time you send it out.
Yeah.
And also,
Um.
put your hazards and it can trap with Whirlpool.
Yeah.
And it gets Calm Mind, but like, I have like too many Calm Mind guys.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm ever gonna go with Calm Mind Finny.
And it can scarf. Like it can scarf too. You have better
Yeah, it's
scarfers,
like-
I think, overall, but like it can scarf.
Yeah, it's like a surprisingly real Scarfer.
Yeah. Yeah. Then you've got your Latios.
Yeah, Latios is like, I still think it's a pretty decent pick. I do think that like, it does like, I don't know. I think it's a good pick.
Yeah.
It's like, I mostly got it because I wanted to have like Fairy Steel Dragon with those two and Iron Treads.
Mm-hmm.
And Latios is also like pretty versatile because you can get like Calm Mind, or you can do like Double Dance with I think Calm Mind Agility, right?
Yeah.
And then you can like you want like Specs or something. It has a pretty good move pool for that.
You can
and it gets
specs. You
Trick.
can specs. You can scarf too. Like it's a really fast scarfer that's strong, like instantly strong. Which is a nice thing to have.
Yeah.
You know, the one kind of weakness is that you have Misty Terrain up, so your Dracos aren't going to be so excellent most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Um,
only against Pokemon that are on the ground. There are definitely a decent amount of threats that are not on the ground that can deal with
Yeah.
Draco.
Yeah, you just have to think about it.
And, like,
but
it gets
yeah.
enough, like, good moves to where it's not too much of an issue.
Yeah. And sometimes the Misty Terrain just won't be up. I don't really expect you to ever bring Terrain Extender,
Yeah.
like, or anything. Like, it just seems like Misty Terrain is good, but it's not, like, so strong that you want to have it on the entire game.
Especially on Finny. Like, using up Finny's item slot for that doesn't seem like a very good opportunity cost.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Beedrill.
Let's talk about Beedrill.
So, like, Beedrill is just, like, one of my favorite megas, and
Yeah.
I was always thinking, like, I don't know if this would be all that good in draft, because, like, if you prepare for it, it can be, like, not the worst to deal with, but, like, even if you bring, like, a lot of priority and stuff like that, you do still have to deal with adaptability, U-turns off of 150 attack stat,
Yeah.
like adaptability, poison jab, and you also get knockoff and drill run. You can even set up toxic spikes on it if you want.
Yeah.
And also,
Yeah,
you just can't really outspeed it without a Scarfer.
It has the funniest stats in the game, for sure.
Easily.
I love
15
Mega
special
Beedrill.
attack.
But yeah, I think Beedrill's a plus.
Beedrill's awesome.
Yeah, we have Lillie Hisui, who was a trade from Poltergeist originally.
Yeah, you were the one who suggested that to me initially. Like, I was considering it, but you definitely, like, cemented the idea for me. Because originally, I had Poltergeist there as, like, you know, like a win con with Shell Smash and everything. But my team had very much of an issue where it was very special oriented. Like,
It was very special oriented and very walled by like dark types.
Yeah,
Like,
and like,
everything-
when I talk about walled like dark type, walled by dark types, you don't need to look much further than Poltegeist, because like, when
Yeah.
I said this when I drafted Poltegeist, I was very sure that it got Mystical Fire and Scald, because that just makes sense, right?
Yeah, it's a T.
Like, I was
But-
100% sure it got Scald, 90% sure about Mystical Fire, but it doesn't. It gets Energy Ball, I think.
Yeah.
But who
It
cares about
doesn't
Energy
get
Ball?
much for coverage. Like, it, like, Terra makes it so much better. Like, it is still something you have to prep really hard for in draft, but, like, with your team comp, it was just not, like, it was just not really synergistic with, like, the rest of your shit.
Yeah, but Lilligan, on the other hand, is like, it has pretty solid coverage, and also it gets Victory Dance, which is
Yeah.
a very funny move.
Yeah. Grass fighting ice is kind of, like, nuts. Like, has, like, a three-type, like, three-type coverage.
And like,
Yeah.
having to like make up for hustle with like wide lens or something can be an issue, but I think it's worth it to have like
Yeah.
a really good physical setup with like setup sweeper.
Yeah.
Yeah, Victory Dance I am not a fan of. I'm gonna be fucking scared of that thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, like Poltegeist also like Latios, it does die to like Sucker Punch, and also Beedrill can die to Sucker Punch under the right circumstances.
Mhm.
Beedrill dies to priority a lot in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, talking more about Treads, I think we kind of glossed over it.
Yeah.
Treads is just like, it has good bulk, good typing, it has so much utility. It gets Volt Switch, which is like kind of the tipping point that made me want it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you can just do a lot with Treads.
Yeah. It's a really good steel type, like ground. It's your kind of ground like ground type like glue thing that like really that's just really nice.
Yeah. Also, it's like less than 3 feet tall. I found out.
Yeah, it's like a little baby. Reuniclus.
Yeah, Reuniclus.
That's another little baby.
Yeah, that baby's on me no matter what.
Yeah.
About Death Stranding. But Reuniclus is just like, I mostly just really like Reuniclus, but also, like, it has Magic Guard and Regenerator. Being able to like
best abilities in the game.
being able to have either of those is like, it's strong.
Yeah, Reuniclus might be the funniest Regenerator user, to be honest.
It has Overcoat, Magic Guard, and Regenerator, which means it has the two best abilities in the game and Regenerator. Yeah, but yeah. We have, yeah, like, Unico is also really good, like, kind of Calm Mind win condition.
Yeah.
It is a good Calm Mind mon, obviously with its good bulk and its high special attack stat. And it's, like, immunity to just kind of being status with, like, Magic Guard. It is sad that it can't teleport, yeah, but...
Yeah.
It has a lot of really good strengths. I think Reuniclus is great. It's one of those mons that gets to shine in draft because a lot of draft mons, like a lot of mons, just kind of get outclassed in ladder. Like it's like, why would you bring Reuniclus when you can bring like Slowbro? But then in draft, it's like, well, now I get to use Reuniclus's unique strength.
Yeah.
Which is hype. That's part of what's hype about draft. We got Arcanine Hisui in the building.
Let's go.
Arcanine Hisui is a very interesting guy. I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
He's definitely, like, as Sienna puts it, he's the most, like, click buttons guy of all time, maybe.
Yeah. You can click head smash, and it's strong, and you don't take recoil for it.
Yeah, I was in dire need of a good, like, physical wall breaker, or just a good physical threat in general, and Arcanine definitely fits that very well.
Yeah. Like, 115 isn't the best attack stat, but then you see its moves and it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, it does not matter if it's a little weaker than some other things when it stabs or flare blitz and head smash.
Yeah, isn't head
And then-
smash like 150 power?
Yep.
And then it also gets extreme speed and close combat.
Yeah.
Like, what? You don't even need to run any 4 moves that are not Head Smash, Flare Blitz, Extreme Speed, Close Combat. Like, what the fuck else are you running? Come on now.
Maybe Wild Charge, if you're like feeling up to it.
And Wild Charge is a bitch move. Fuck that shit.
Wait, don't
I was like, Arcanine and Lilligant form an awesome offensive core. They cover all of each other's checks, pretty much.
Yeah. You also have Finny.
And Finny, like... But yeah, and then Arcanine gets Scarf. Agility Arcanine is a terrifying win condition. Once everything's weakened, like... You can't even out-prioritize it, because that's extreme speed. Like, you just lose. You just lose. So, like, yeah, Arcanine Hisui's great. Mienshao.
Yeah.
Mienshao's a fascinating ass Pokemon.
Yeah, I was definitely drawn to the idea of like a really fast, pretty hard hitting regenerator pivot.
Yeah. Yeah, you run that AV and it's like even okay bulk wise, or you can run other sets too. Like Mienshao's great. I think like by almost drafted it. I mean, I was going to draft it, and then I got a DM in the morning from Ray that was like, "Hey, I'm going to work, but if you, like, if I'm not back from work by the time it's time for me to draft, I want Mienshao," and I was like, "Fuck, well."
I had no idea.
Yeah, it's just, you know, I'm an honest person. I wasn't gonna cheat you.
I would have done it. I would have done it because I'm evil.
Like, even especially because you gave me a backup, like I could have cheated you, but I didn't because I'm a good friend. But and I didn't want anybody to cheat me either. I thought somebody might cheat me for revenge, so I didn't do any cheats. Yeah, but Mienshao is good. It's got the regenerator. It clicks buttons. It clicks U-turn, and it's fast, and it regenerates, and it's fine. And it's cool. It's a nice regenerator core with your Uniclus. I like fast, slow regenerator core isn't really something that you normally get, so it's cool to see.
Yeah.
Like, fast regenerator isn't really much of a thing. Like, I always have thought that Mienshao is such a unique, interesting Pokemon. In terms of its role. So I hope it cooks.
I hope so too.
Let's talk about Overquill.
Yeah, Overquill?
I have a lot of Hisuian Pokemon, I should realize.
Oh yeah, I do. Overquill is interesting to me. Like, starting to realize a mild synergy issue where, like, Overquill has Barb Barrage, which is all about, like, doing more damage to a poison opponent. It's good for, like, setting up toxic spikes, too. But also, if Misty Terrain is up, that kind of doesn't work.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I think I like having Overquill just as, like, it's my only dark type right now, and I think that's very valuable. And also, like, with Intimidate, its physical bulk is, like, not bad.
Dark Poison is a pretty good defensive type, and, like, just the way it kind of can blank a lot of offensive threats is really, like, valuable. And, like, even if you can't set your, like, Barbarage or set, like, your Toxic Spikes, you still have normal spikes, you still have other, like, really good stuff, that you can use with Overquill.
Consider this. Consider this also. When you fight against Diana, if you bring Swift Swim Overquill, it would be funny as fuck.
I was about to say, that would be a funny idea.
Oh yeah. Ditto.
Ditto, I mostly just drafted because I think it's funny to make people have to think about Ditto when they're building a team against me.
Yeah. Pretty much. I don't think there's even much more to say about Ditto. It doesn't have any inherent, like, things about it. It just counters setup sweepers.
Like, might as well discuss every Pokemon in existence if we're gonna discuss Ditto.
Yeah.
Alright, let's start from the top.
Bulbasaur sucks. No,
Don't say that.
Decidueye.
Yeah, move on to Decidueye.
Yeah,
You're
Decidueye?
pissing me off with the Bulbasaur comment.
Yeah, so Decidueye, it's worth noting that when I drafted it, I didn't have any other grass types. So I was just thinking I probably need something to sort of round out like a fire, water, grass thing. That's the main reason I drafted Decidueye.
Can a mod... Hold on. Can a mod ban Drago Slayer real quick for saying Bulbasaur is mid? Do we have any mods in chat that can fucking, like, do something about, like, this shit? Because I'm pissed off right now.
Oh, what you've said, you gave a pretty good for Bulbasaur. In Bulbasaur's favor. So, you know, that's something,
it out, I think.
I guess. Anyways, let's talk about Decidueye. Yeah, Decidueye is, like, you didn't have a grass type before, but I still think, like, Lilligant is not a defensive grass type. You actually can't switch it into fucking anything. It dies immediately. So, Decidueye as a bulky thing, and also as your only ghost type, is valuable. I think long reach U-turn is genuinely good. Like, not making contact on your U-turns is strong. Spirit Shackle is kind of a real move in draft sometimes. You can cook with it, and just... Decidueye has so many good support moves. It has Knockoff, it has Roost, it has U-turn, it has, I think, Shadow Sneak. It has, like... It has a lot of good stuff. As just a general utility pivot, like, kind of spin blocker, whatever utility you need, and just ground, like ground resist, because you don't have that many ground resists. I think Decidueye is really solid.
And, like, its bulk is, like... It's, like, better than I remembered it being.
Yeah. 78, 75, 100. Solid. Audino is a regenerator month. It's another regenerator month. You have 3 regenerator months.
Yeah, Audino is just, like... I can probably just pack a lot of utility into this thing in the event that I need it.
Yeah. It has, like, knockoff, wish, like... Yeah, it's a bunch of random shit, like Heal Doll, whatever the fuck. Like, you just see utility mon. I think it's really solid value for tier 6. I need you to explain. I need to get, like, a fucking, like, essay written about why you draft Licky Licky.
Okay, let's talk about Licky Licky for a second. So, like, the thing about Licky Licky, I think it would be really, really funny to run Cloud9 and Licky Licky against, like, the plethora of weather teams that we're up against.
Uh-huh.
It also gets Defense Curl rollout, which would be the funniest possible thing to win with in draft.
Yeah.
It's frankly quite cute.
Okay. I respect you. I respect you. I respect you now. Alright. Any final thoughts on the Ridge City Slurp? Fuck, dude. Ridge City Slurp. Dude, that's a tongue twister, man. Ridge City Slurpers Deluxe.
Ridge City
Slurpers Deluxe.
Try and say that 3 times fast.
Ridge City Slurpers Deluxe.
Ridge City Slurpers Deluxe. Ridge City Slurpers. Shit, that's a pretty hard. Yeah, so team building, not really my forte in, like, anything, but I think I'm pretty happy with my roster as it is right now.
Yeah.
I think, honestly...
You got a lot of glue things to hold it together.
I think, honestly, just with Ditto alone. Like, Ditto is, like, hard to prepare for, because, again, it's just any guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually more fucking lucky that you don't play Ray, because Ditto into your team, like, if Ditto switches into Cloister Rock Blast, you're fucked. You're dead. Your team loses.
True.
Like, if Ditto just, like, copies Cloister, Shell Smash boosts, and just clicks Rock Blast on your entire team, you just lose. Crazy. Anyways.
But yeah, he's good. I'm glad I got it.
Yeah. Alright. So I think we can end off that. So thank you for speaking on your guys.
Yeah, no problem.
Alright. Let's bring in Hazel, Sauzels, the big S, the big H, the big L.
Well, I think that pizza and having a good time with your boys should be legal, and that only moms should get to play Pokemon.
True.
That's
True.
true. You're already bringing the heavy shit. Okay.
Can I be honest with you guys also? Can I be real with everyone on stream? Because I think this is really funny. I just started playing Mario Kart. I've just been playing Mario Kart in the background.
That's chill. You're still talking. I don't know. It's fine.
That's my skill. I can talk while gaming.
You're literally a streamer. You know how to talk while gaming. That's like your talent. That's your dude. You're gonna get your cutie mark someday, and it's gonna have a microphone and a game next to each other.
What is a cutie mark?
From My Little Pony.
Oh, wait, is that like what the horses have?
It's on their back, on their back. They get they get a thing that shows what their skill is.
I was like
what their special skill is, what their special talent is that nobody else can do.
I was about to be like, what the hell? Listen, V. If it makes you feel any better, I thought about playing TF2 in the background, but I figured that would be too distracting because you would hear TF2 noises the whole time. But I want to play TF2 so bad.
Let's talk about King Gambit. I've heard that Versus Exton Hale is breaking everybody's games and nobody can stay in any server, so maybe it's good that we've been putting it off. Maybe it'll be better by the time you try it. Anyways, Hazel, what do you think of King Gambit? What's up with King Gambit?
I think it's just pretty fucking strong and can click Sucker Punch.
Yeah, do you think it's like the best Pokemon in the game and like amazing and beautiful?
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I can't Terra Flying, which is,
it's a shame, but you can still click the moves, and also you're Nat Dex, so you have Pursuit and Knockoff, and
I do have Pursuit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pursuit and Knockoff, and probably some other stupid shit they had in older gens that it doesn't have now.
Like fucking Rain Dance.
Yeah. Rain Dance plus 1 speed.
Yeah.
Wait, King Gambit is fucked up, bruh.
I have Pursuit Ray. Anyway, have fun in our game tomorrow.
Yeah. Power up punch, baby.
So
Sorry.
yeah, I drafted King Gambit and Screamtail, which didn't come to me in a dream, but may as well have. I think I thought of it in the shower as just like, this is gonna be the perfect first draft. Cause King Gambit resists poison and steel, and ghost, and Screamtail resists fighting, and is neutral to ground, and fire, and Screamtail gets. Does it get? It gets a lot of stuff. It obviously gets Wish.
It gets
it gets Screams, it gets Trick Room, of course, it gets Thunder Wave, it gets Fire Blast, it gets a lot of that good shit.
Yeah.
It gets Gyro Ball at 111 base speed.
Yeah, but it's got a lot of nice little things.
It gets Sunny Day.
But yeah. Drain Punch, lol. Yeah.
I have a second Dark type tier 1. You may know it's.
Yeah. Hydreigon's a boss.
Yeah, Hydreigon is kind of a boss, is the thing. So I can't really use both my tier 1s in the same battle. because then I just have this huge fighting weakness, unless I just say... Because I do have Screamtail and Bayonet, which I'll get into in a bit. But yeah, I was just thinking, like... Okay, so at first I was making an attempt to not draft Webb's Hyper Offense. And then I was just like, oh, but Slurpuff is there, so I drafted Slurpuff, and what Slurpuff does is it uses Sticky Web. But also has Belly Drum just as a mix-up. Which is just the funniest draft, 50-50. Yeah, Belly Drum Unburden. Or Suicide, Sticky Web, Unburden. And then I was just like, Hydreigon under webs, Specs Hydreigon under webs sounds absolutely terrifying. Especially because there are people out there without Dark Resist.
Yeah.
And it can also click Draco Meteor. I'm gonna go into my Mega slot, which I had been planning since before drafting started. That was like my first Pokemon that I was planning on.
Yeah, we talked about Bayonet. Literally, we were going. Okay, it was like me and Hazel at like 3 a.m. Okay, me and Hazel, like the essentially the precursor to this entire draft was the fact that me and Hazel would have like Pokemon conversations at like late at night and like really long and really granular about stupid shit. And eventually we just started talking about like every Mega, and we talked about Mega Bayonet, and like we were like, wait, Mega Bayonet gets Swords Dance now? Wait, Mega Bayonet. I just made Mega Bayonet sound so juicy to Hazel, apparently.
I mean, I've been a fan of Mega Bayonet forever. I have a Mega Bayonet sweatshirt. That has drawn compliments from people who have definitely never heard of Pokemon.
Yeah.
Because it's fucking awesome is the thing. Yeah, no, I think our Mega conversation happened after you started. Because we were talking about the worst Mega. And Mega was a contender.
It was a contender for worst Mega, and then we realized it wasn't. And then we realized that, like, I landed on Mega Pidgeot still being the worst draft Mega. But
Mega Bayonet kind of still is, like, bottom 5 Megas.
Probably.
But it gets Swords Dance this gen, and it still has its old stuff. It doesn't get Poltergeist.
Yeah, like bottom 5 is probably Glalie, Pidgeot, Glalie, fucking Camerupt.
Yeah.
Camerupt, Bayonet, I don't know. Yeah, like those 5.
Dude,
I think like
I so wish that Mega Autono got Regenerator. That would be like, it would actually be a good Pokemon if it got that.
Mega Autono would be amazing without Regenerator. Anyways,
it would like be good, yeah. But anyway,
just
getting into an unrelated Pokemon conversation again.
It's too fucking hard. It's too hard with you and me.
It's
weird.
Yeah, you're like the Pokemon geniuses.
Fucking okay. Bayonet.
We're like Etta and Eddie of Pokemon.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have Starmie a tier 3 as a tier 2 because Starmie is kind of good.
Yeah.
It's one of those Pokemon that's just been good since Gen 1.
Mm-hmm.
That was gonna be Swampert, and then Devi sniped me at your behest.
Mm-hmm.
So really, you sniped 2 of my choices on other people's teams. With both Swampert and Sandy Shocks.
Yeah.
I was gonna use Gravity Sandy Shocks to keep people to like Sticky Web flying Pokemon. And also like have them get damaged by spikes and shit. And also have another pivot. Yeah, like you took away 2 of my pivots. I was gonna have so many pivots.
But Starmie is super good.
The Starmie is good is the thing, and it does also
honestly might be better than Swampert overall, like ultimately. Like I think it ultimately might have been a good thing because you have that speed tier now. And like 115 is such a valuable speed tier, and you didn't really have like this kind of just like decent just like late game cleaner that just is fast and just click stuff. And like everything's hurt and you can just click stuff.
Yeah, and it gets like Bolt Beam plus water and Psychic Shield.
Recover, fucking flip turn, fucking it's good.
Yeah.
Army's really good.
And a choice between Analytic and Natural Cure, which
and maybe once DLC drops,
like 2 great things to click turn with.
And once DLC drops, Natural Cure might be. Once DLC drops, I mean, you know, who knows if Bayonet will get Poltergeist, right?
Right.
But one thing we know for sure when DLC drops, Illuminate will stop your accuracy from getting dropped.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be really important. That'll come into play in the playoffs.
Yeah. We already kind of talked about Slurpuff, but like, I just really do want to highlight the utter absurdity of this stupid Pokemon that is, like you said, it is the 50-50, it is the ultimate stupid draft 50-50, it is a fucking hyper offense, either web setter or belly drum unburden sweeper. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? That's made up, that's stupid. That's a fucking AI generated Pokemon, come on.
The two like rarest powerful rolls in one Pokemon. And it gets unburdened.
Yeah.
At 72 speed, which is like really nice when doubled.
Yeah. Rotom Heat.
Rotom Heat is good.
Yeah, it's just good. All the Rotoms are good. We were talking about those.
Yeah. It's a pivot. It clicks Overheat against Steel types that kind of frustrate a lot of my team. It spreads status, it absorbs status, it's a fire type, to, again, resist fire moves for King Gambit, being an ice resist, it's my freeze dry resist, that's, besides King Gambit.
It is a freeze dry resist and a bolt beam resist. One of the only bolt beam resists.
Yes, that's right. That was the big thing, was having a bolt beam resist. Because my team was like starting to
actually,
that.
You're actually safe against fucking Porygon Z bullshit, maybe.
Yeah, I just have like some Pokemon that are like nice matchups against some of the big threats in this draft.
Yeah. Skarmory. It's Skarmory, man.
Like,
Set Spikes, Defog, Roost.
It has
fucking Brightbird.
Defense. It has Steel Flying. It is only weak to the 2 types of the Pokemon that's right above it. Which is kind of funny juxtaposition there. No, it can run Rocky Helmet or Leftovers. It has Sturdy Whirlwind as an emergency sweep check. It's good.
Fucking Skarmory, man.
It gets entry hazards. It gets defog. It gets
one of the goats. Talk about the Toad.
Yeah, Seismitoad is my ground type. It's my not Swampert.
Yeah.
It gets water absorbed.
Has 3 good abilities, to be honest.
It has 3. It is one of those Pokemon that just like has 3 very good abilities to choose from, and that's wonderful in draft because you can pick and choose what you need. Like, if the opponent doesn't have any water moves, you can go Poison Touch. If they have a rain team that Swift Swim can just mess with, you can do that, or you can Water Absorb, and be immune to water and thunder.
Yeah.
It gets entry hazards. It doesn't get Flip Turn.
Yeah.
But it does get poison coverage.
Yeah. Sarina is like top 5 tier 5s. Like, it's really good.
It
Sarina's
completes
amazing.
Fire, Water, Grass Core.
Completes Fire, Water, Grass Core. It has a lot of good moves. It hits really hard. It's good. It's bulky as fuck. It's just the right speed tier where it can be like a faster pivot than certain things, and it can also be a slow pivot.
Yeah, at the point that it in the draft that I drafted it, I was like really worried about it getting sniped, but
yeah,
I was glad when I was able to do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, I'm like the number one. I'm up there with the number one U-turn fans.
Yeah.
Having everything that can click U-turn is great. And
Toxic Rogue. You're also up there with the number one Toxic Rogue fans. I'm told.
I was saying to you, just like Toxic Rogue's the weirdly like secretly really good draft Pokemon.
Yeah.
But you can't tier it above like second to last.
Yeah.
Because it's not that good, but it
like it only has one number over 100, and all the other numbers are below 90, which is like not that good. But like also, it's like all the numbers are just good enough, and the typing's just good enough that like you can do a million things with it.
Yeah.
I think it's almost sort of similar to Sarina in that sense, although Sarina's numbers are overall better.
If you put in some defense investment, which you can in draft, because you've got your 85 stuff. Then poison fighting does like so much work as a defensive type.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true, Eve.
Yeah, but also like this is the team that has a lot of really good steel types and psychic types and dark types. Like on this team, I don't think that the psychic coverage is that bad. Like the psychic beam isn't that bad because there's so many things that cover it. Like I think it is very unlikely that Toxic Rogue ever comes to a game where there isn't something that can switch into a psychic move for it.
And it gets the dark move trifecta of Sucker Punch and Pursuit. As options.
It learns fucking Vacuum Wave.
It learns Vacuum Wave. It's got, you know, Gunk Shot, Close Combat as stabs.
Yep.
I'm so fucking glad they finally gave it Close Combat. It used to rely on Drain Punch. Or Focus Punch.
Yeah. Let's talk about Kingler. Your
was my other early. I'm going to draft this no matter what.
Yeah.
I convinced Sienna to drop it from tier 5 to tier 6. It has 130 attacks with sheer force and not a terrible speed tier. It just doesn't have a lot of buttons to click with that. It has liquidation and then like body slam and rock slam.
But
absolutely, I did that, Eve.
in the right matchup, like she almost tried to convince me to do it to Rotom Heat, but I think that her morals prevailed. the angel on her shoulder one. But I also would not have dropped Rotom Heat to tier 4. Like I literally wouldn't have. It would no, like it wouldn't have happened. But like, you know.
But it would have been funny to like attempt to do that and then still draft it, and then you're like, you would have been like, hey, wait a second.
Yeah.
Kingler gets agility, it gets sword stance. So it does get those
funny.
things.
It's really funny. It's a crab, so it's funny. All Pokemon crabs are funny.
I really like Krabby. It's like my favorite Gen 1 Pokemon.
Yeah.
Berserker.
Yeah. Berserker is the most fucking Ranbat player pick I've ever seen.
Okay, but it gets Tough Claws. It gets... No, listen, it gets
believe in
U-turn.
him.
It gets Tough Claws U-turn from base 110 attack.
I get it.
It's
I
really
get
hard, though.
I get it. It's just it's so you. It's so like the like Pokemon that you play. You have been like in your brain. It's like, well, bro, Berserker though.
It's pretty hard. Level 88, so it's like, you know.
But I mean, I think honestly, like as like a it does hit hard, and like if you need to like remove like a specific fairy or something, it can be good, and it has that it has U-turn, it has like Tough Claws U-turn, obviously that's cool. It has it has like fucking SD, and it has like it's slow, but it has SD, and it has like Fake Out, and like it's good things.
Like there's Poe.
Believe him, please. This is your Berserker. Believe him, please.
Yeah.
This is my cat Berserker. Believe him, please. No, yeah, Berserker just kind of clicks things, and it's kind of funny. I chose it because tier 6s often just don't really matter.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if it
might have one matchup,
then it'll be fun. But if not, then I can bring King Gambit and Screamtail and Slurpuff and Rotom Heat and Sarina and Skarmory and Seismitoad and all of those.
All right. Any final thoughts on your team?
Can you show the note on my team name, please?
Yeah, Morgan, can you hover over that?
9-inch males, bringing any somewhat available creatures or insects to your city, increasing rates of creeping, undulating, and impiety tenfold. Seriously.
Thank you.
I hope that I gave that the best possible energy.
That was wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. But now it's time for me. You know, I'm gonna just leave Hazel here.
Let's talk about me.
You're staying in here. Fuck you. You're staying here, unless you want to leave. But, like...
I'm gonna get a drink of water.
Yeah, sure, whatever. Fine, I don't care. You know what? You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna put everybody in here. We don't have that many people left. I'm just gonna fucking put everybody in here. It doesn't matter. Unless Morgan doesn't want me to. We only have Frig and Ray and Eve in the back.
I'm gonna tell you everything about Sienna's team. Scizor is a big guy. He does blasts. He loves bullet punching, and if you don't like him, fuck
here.
you. Landorus T.
Everybody can come over.
What can you say about Landorus T?
Team is.
Landorus T.
We're gonna talk about how every Pokemon I have is good.
Landorus T is basically Cartridge. He's like a great guy. You know, he may not have a lot of storage space compared to the discs, But no matter what, he always
One
believes in himself, and he can do anything he wants. Rotom Wash, what can you say about Rotom Wash?
Fuck off. Hey, Morgan.
What?
Shut fuck up.
Listen, I'm so...
That was my Joker voice, I'm sorry.
Can you not do the Joker voice, otherwise I'm gonna fucking scream.
Okay, my first draft was Landorus Therian. Landorus Therian was the first overall pick. I picked Landorus Therian because it's broken. And it's and I can just I figured I could just draft literally anything I wanted after Landorus Therian.
Yeah.
Like after I got Landorus, I was like, well, okay, everything else is fucking fine. Like everything else is like good to go. Like I don't care.
If I knew you were going to draft like this, I would have brought on.
You would
have been
been
banned from the server.
Like, so I took Landorus Therian first, and then I took he's a boss, right? So I was just like, okay, my thoughts were like, okay, if I get tier 1 Landorus T and Rotom Wash, then I like win everything forever. So I was like, that would be cheap as fuck. But man, there's no way when the draft comes back to me, I'm gonna get Rotom, right? And then I got Rotom. So that was pretty cool. And then I got Komolo. And Komolo is amazing because it has like 12 million win cons. It's like it's a billion fucking win cons in a jacket. It's like one of those little children. It's like a group of small children.
I should have drafted
like
2 Rotoms.
I don't think you can do that actually. I think that was against rules.
Is it?
I don't think that they're compatible with each other because of species bullshit.
I mean, you can't put them on the same team, but you.
Yeah, you can't do it. Like you can do it if you want.
It said you may not draft 2 Pokemon the same dex number in the rules.
Oh
shit!
Yeah. In the rules.
You can't draft. You also can't draft fucking guys. You can't draft. The one other thing is that you
can't draft Kyogre.
You can't draft Pikachu starter and Eevee starter. They're not compatible on the same team, and there's no way to change it. I fucked with custom commands for so long, and I could not make them compatible with each other. Showdown will not allow you to. Anyways, this doesn't matter.
Because I don't think anyone has either of them.
Yeah, I got rid of mine because I got rid of Eevee because it sucked. Anyways, Weavile. Well, actually, let's go more in my order. After I got like my tier 1s and I got like Komolo, I then like fucking DM'd like every person who hadn't drafted a Mega yet and colluded with all of them so that we would be able to get Megas later. Because I was scared that Crawdaunt would get sniped and I wanted to get Crawdaunt while still getting a Mega. And that is genuinely my entire motivation for doing all of that. I'm too much of a Crawdaunt lover.
Did I not get that message just because you already knew I was taking?
I already knew you were drafting Baynet, so I was like, I don't care. Like, you're not gonna fucking take a good Mega suddenly when you're talking about Baynet every night.
I was tempted to just like suddenly draft like what was I looking at? I would just like suddenly draft like Mega Heracross or something.
Yeah. But yeah, I got Crawdaunt after those guys after Komolo because Crawdaunt is the fucking GOAT. Crawdaunt is the best Pokemon of all time.
Crawdaunt is kind of really good.
I love Crawdaunt. It's my favorite Pokemon to use. Like period.
I've never seen. Whenever you put Crawdaunt into the calculator and like see it do anything, it's fucking like funny.
Yeah. It's the best numbers of all time. I love Crawdaunt, so I needed Crawdaunt. I just think he's such a boss.
Wait until playoffs to see Wave Crash Crawdaunt. Click some buttons.
I have no idea if DLC will be out by playoffs, but I do hope it is because it would be so funny. Like it would be so funny. If, like right before playoffs, we all got new moves.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? But like long before drafting actually started, I was like thinking about Blacephalon as a pick, and I was like, I know Sienna's gonna draft Crawdaunt. That thing dies so hard to Crawdaunt. Then you actually got both of them.
They're both fucking awesome.
Didn't you draft them like both at the same time?
Yeah, I drafted Crawdaunt and Blacephalon in the same like row because they're both fucking bosses. I was like, if I spend my tier 3s on like kind of fragile wall breakers that are extremely powerful but kind of like hard to get in, then like I win. Then that's awesome too. Because I was like thinking like it was just like, okay, I spent my fucking tier 1s and like I spent my tier 1s on glue. And the glue is so good that I can get in those wall breakers consistently. And then I think I went down to like fucking I think I went down to Florges and I got like Florges and Tyranitar next. And Tyranitar I traded to Frig. So I got Weavile in place of Tyranitar. Florges is amazing. Florges is like my requisite fairy type. But like also you need to fucking be scared of Calm Mind Flush. I've known long that you need to be scared of Calm Mind Florges because I've long been a Florges advocate. Eve knows this. Eve knows that I was using Florges in Gen 9 early on, and I was like, bro, this is good as fuck. And it was, I mean, it was, but it like wasn't. And like, it was like the worst good Pokemon that you could use in OU, or like the best bad Pokemon you could use in OU. But either way, it's a very good draft pick. 154 special defense. Come on now. Come on now.
It's got a big number in that category.
It's got.
And it wishes. It can wish.
That's the same special defense as Lugia.
It can wish. It can wish pass. It can fucking. It has like wish protect. Like, it's hard to fuck with.
Yeah, this thing comes in on any special attack and is like, yo, what's up? Yo, what's
yeah, you
up?
don't really need special investment, like special defense investment, like at all. Sometimes you don't need any. I invested when I was in my game against Faye. I invested I think 48 Spadef on it. Just that, so that I would live comfortably live +2 Zoroark Hisui Shadow Balls. Come on now. Anyways, Talonflame was like a panic pick because I didn't get Incineroar. Incineroar got sniped, and I was like, well, I need like a fire type that's like a bulky thing, like pivot, whatever. It's not that bulky, but like that's how you build it normally with Flame Body.
I mean, honestly,
and I think it's cool. I think honestly, Talonflame's annoying as hell to build against when you actually think about it.
Yeah.
I know this from experience of building against Talonflame before and being annoyed by it.
Flame Body and Gale Wings are both like, I don't know, I think Flame Body is definitely like the more like useful ability just because of the Gale Wings nerf, but you could also do something funny with Gale Wings. If you really wanted to for some fucking reason, you could do like Tailwind. Tailwind, Gale Wings.
And Talonflame has like a really pretty nice move pool to like do a lot of different weird like support things with.
I keep forgetting the attack is only 81.
Yeah, it's like not that strong. Gale Wings carried it a lot when it was like popular.
I'm looking at Tailwind and then looking at Blacephalon. Now I'm really scared.
Tailwind Blacephalon is so funny.
Yeah. I mean, enjoy your 2 turns.
Oh yeah.
They're gonna be a good 2 turns.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's gonna kill everything in those 2 turns. It doesn't need any more.
I mean, I guess unless you like bait a rock move and
you can tell.
Dude,
I'm getting
now you have 3 turns of fucking.
I'm bringing Tailwind Blaze and I'm bringing like 0 special attack IV so that I get plus speed on Beast Boost. You're fucked. I actually don't know if that's possible. I'm be real. I think it is though.
I think I have specifically figured out that isn't possible. Let me check.
Yeah. And someday I'm gonna bring Choice Band Blacephalon because it has 127 attack for no reason. So just like wait for that.
Oh no, you don't even need to go minus or need to go 0 IVs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like barely possible.
Anyways, we got distracted. Talonflame's good as fuck. Flame Body, it's fast. I need another fast thing. I have a really nice like set of speed tiers. I think I'm like hard to like consistently outplay in terms of speed. Like even my things that are close to each other in speed are just like annoying, like just barely apart from each other. It's like, oh, this is like 55 speed and this is 49. This is like 85, 86, like whatever the fuck, like 90, 91, like a lot of annoying little things to speed creep, which I think is nice. And then I have two really fast things with like the and I have good priority, and I have two really fast things with the Talonflame and the Weavile. And then Roserade is like the best Pokemon I drafted. That's not true, but like it's really good. Roserade almost shouldn't be a tier 5. I think it's like top 5 tier 5s definitely.
Yeah, it's been like a UU hero forever.
It's goated. I mean, like you look at that special attack and special defense, and you're like, damn, what a boss. If it could actually like use Technician, it would be amazing. But it's just really good. That's a subtle being really good. But it completes my like Firewater Grass Core with like Talonflame and Rotom. But it can be part of a defensive Firewater Grass Core with Talonflame and Rotom, but it can also be part of an offensive one with Blacephalon and Groudon. It can play both sides, which I think is nice. Revavroom, I originally had Eevee starter. Let's go Eevee. And then I looked at Let's Go Eevee's fucking stats, and I was like, this thing sucks and it's dog shit, and I hate it.
The dark decline of Eevee starter.
I was looking at it, and I was like, at first I was like, well, it's so good because it clicks a button and it's like 90 base power and it puts Leech Seed on them, and then it has like a 100% burn move, and it's like, but then it's like all of its stats are like 70 and it can't hold Eviolite. And it like doesn't fucking do anything, and it just doesn't. It sucks.
Rivavroom can't press baddie bad.
Maybe Revavroom can't press baddie bad. Revavroom can press Parting Shot. It can press fucking. It can press like. It has moves. Filter's a good ability. It makes my matchup against Morgan less bad. Because it gives me another Ice Resist, which is my biggest weakness. I don't have enough fucking Ice Resists, and I definitely don't have enough Freeze Dry Resists. It gets to be like a weird pivot, but also like a shift gear sweeper. It can do a few things, and I like that. And it's a funny car, so consider that.
It's the slowest car.
It's a pretty funny car,
but it is a car.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a jalopy.
It's like a 1920s car.
Hatchram is amazing. In tier 6. I'm just gonna be real. I'm gonna be 100 with you. Hatchram's amazing in tier 6. Its Eviolite bulk is really good. It has Trick Room, Healing Wish. Nothing else matters. It is pure psychic. It has a Nuzzle, Trick Room, Healing Wish, good Eviolite bulk. You don't need anything else. It has Magic Bounce. You don't need anything else. Yeah, I did send this video. That's my car. when I traded for Revavroom. Yeah, and then Primeape. So, funny story, I, Complex banned Primeape so that it could use Rage Fist, and then I forgot to put it on the draft sheet. So it was a tier 6. It probably would have...
So funny.
I don't know, it probably would have been a tier 5 max still, but, like, it's kind of funny that I forgot to put it on there despite having a Complex ban for it.
And then you drafted it. You're like
I'm a cheater.
your power.
Yeah.
You're keeping your draft secret by keeping them off the sheet.
Yeah, and I didn't expect to draft it either. But yeah, it was never in my plan until Incineroar got sniped, and I needed to fill like 5. I needed to fill roles across like 5 different things. This was my Dark Resist and other things, and like Pivot. This is like a Dark Resist Pivot weird thing. I don't like Primeape though. I think it's gonna be good in like some matchup.
It gets Stealth Rock for some fucking reason.
It gets like Gunk Shot. It has a really colorful move pool. That's what I like. That's how I like to say. That's what I like to say about it. Yeah.
If you're critical hit set, then it'll get really angry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good spread against all the cross breath.
And then Mega Caesar, I had to use 9 million charisma to like fucking not get Mega Caesar taken from me. I still don't know how I convinced Faye to not take Mega Caesar. She wanted to take Mega Caesar, and I was somehow just was like, but like, okay, what about like Mega Lopunny or Mega Absol? And she's like, whoa. And then she just took Mega Lopunny instead of Caesar.
Oh, I know you
got
just have a
Caesar.
big Mega Lopunny fan.
And like, the thing is that Caesar is like, and like the thing is that like, Mega Caesar took my roster from pretty good to fucking incredible. Mega Caesar, I look at every matchup and I'm like, man, that thing's annoying. Oh wait, Mega Caesar completely beats it. Oh, damn. Okay, that's cool.
Sold your soul to the devil to give you drafting skills.
If you look at like Ellie's draft too, and like the fact that I drafted half of Charlotte's, and the fact that I drafted like I like advised on a ton of Frigs, like I might be the best drafter of all time.
I don't think my draft's bad.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm really good at it, and
Yeah.
and I'm skilled. Your draft is really good, though. A lot of people's drafts are really good. I'm just saying, I'm amazing. Now I have to stop bragging about my draft because we have one more user, and WAFFLOES is in the audience. WAFFLOES,
Mike, take Trapinch.
I'm inviting you to speak. You can speak. You can talk about your Pokemon.
I was typing. I was gonna say you should have drafted Bulbasaur. I think that would have been a good addition.
Bulbasaur.
I love that. I gotta talk about Pokemon. Oh my god, I've just been like chilling for like the past like 5 hours. Like, thinking of what I need to say. I got like a whole sheet ready. So wait, I don't have a whole sheet ready. Where the fuck they go? I have it. It's fine.
Just so everybody in chat knows, I'm still playing TF2 tonight. I don't give a fuck if I have to start doing it at midnight.
That's awesome. Okay, shit. Oh fuck, where do I start? I guess I start with I should start. I need to in my brain the first 3 Pokemon I wanted to draft, like the Mega and like the two tier ones I wanted. I wanted Mega T-Tar. I got Corviknight. Those are the 2 I wanted for sure. And the third one I wanted was Clefable, and that got stolen literally right before I could draft it by Faye, and I was so distraught. So I just fucking like, I should have gotten Corv as like my glue, but I panic drafted T-Tar. And I just picked him because he's big numbers. Like those stats are like, at least with
the numbers are amazing.
He's fucking insane.
He can't hold leftovers and he's rock dark type, but like the numbers like are those numbers.
That's like enough for me. I'm like I think weather's good too. It gets like pursuit, it gets D-dance.
120 special defense with the sand Spadef boost.
It's so much. It's crazy.
150 defense, 100 HP, 164 attack. Every stat's good.
Like some of its weaknesses don't even matter. It can live like a hit or two just because it's so fucking crazy. Like 100 HP, 150 defense, and 120 special defense with that sandstorm up. That's kind of nuts. I don't know. To me, I don't know. To be asked.
I think basically if you don't have a fighting move, you're not gonna enjoy fighting T-Tar.
Pretty much, yeah. Fighting moves destroy it, but other than that, it is like, it's got a weird speed tier too. Like 71 is like it's enough to like outspeed like tanky shit, and like after a D-dance it can kind of outrun other like offensive Pokemon, but it's weird. I also got Corv after that. Yeah, I should probably talk about Corv. He's the glue. He is like such a good glue mon. I fucking what do I have written down here for him? Yeah, just on the sheet I have him. I just have in all caps the glue. Yeah. He's got like hazard removal, like recovery, even though it's like
Slow U-turn.
Yeah, slow U-turn. Oh yeah, like fantastic. And like, I didn't want to get something like Pex because I feel like Corp isn't really passive. I like how it gets stuff like Iron Press or like Power Trip. I enjoy that kind of stuff.
Bulk up's
yeah,
good.
bulk up. So good. The typing's really good too. Like having a steal and having a flying tech, just be able to like compress all that into one roll. Like, but that's the reason I feel like I was able to get away with not having another spinner or something, just because Corp's so good. I forget what I drafted after that. I don't think I got Garchomp next.
Sienna, were you the one earlier who said that? That was a while ago, but...
I was just like, I was scared. I don't know how stages work, and I've never seen them before, so I was just like, what the fuck's going on? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know, I mean, I know you think it's funny, so I'm not like, I know, I'm glad that it didn't upset you. I just literally was like, I was literally like freaked out because like Discord used to have this thing that was like public stages where you literally like random people could join stages. So I hadn't seen your icon before, and I hadn't seen your username before, and I was just freaked out for a second. I was just like, oh, what the fuck? What the fuck's going on? Random people joined our stage. I didn't want that to happen. But yeah.
This is like the first time I've ever used this feature. It's scary to me. I don't know what's happening.
Twin 2's the best game ever.
Yeah.
I think I got Breloom next. Oh no, I got Slowking. Oh my god, I love Slowking.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Slowking's so cool.
Got that Glow King.
Oh yeah, Glow King. Apologies, right.
There isn't a dark.
Okay. So like, there's the obvious stuff like he's a good pivot. Like Regenerator is awesome. It's like good utility in like T-Spikes and like Trick Room. I did not want to get the Water Slowking because I just feel like it's easier for me to find a bulky water than it is for me to find like a weird like psychic poison kind of pivot thing. Slowking is unique. I feel like it was never a reason for me to like pick it up. Also, like I feel like its offensive move pool is like super sleeper. I love its move pool. It gets like Fire Blast, it gets Ice Beam, freaking
Yep.
It gets Hex. I think it gets some crazy stuff. And there's teleport, but there's also
it's Eerie Spell.
Eerie Spell. Yeah, I've been looking at that. I wanna bring that to a match. It's really funny. I don't know if I'll be able to bring it, but it's too goofy for me to not think about it. I think I got Chomp after that. Chomp, I just need a fast guy, like a fast, strong guy. I feel like my team
Garchomp does everything.
Garchomp's just so good. I feel like I can just. He just feels very splashable. He's just strong. Like same reason as T-Tar basically. A little less so, but I feel like most teams I can just, as long as they don't like too many flying types or something, I can just click Earthquake into most of them. I can Brick House, and like Rocks is always good too. I don't know. He felt solid. I just realized I didn't put Garchomp on the sheet. That's fine. Breloom was like, I want a big fast like punch machine, like a Mach Punch. Breloom is just so fun for me to use. It gets some fun utility with like Poison Heal, and like Spore and stuff. I just shoot. Give me a second. I'm not used to talking this long. Okay.
It's okay.
If you
We
guys have
value
any-
your
or, like,
wisdom.
anything in the builder you guys like have thoughts on? I don't mind if you guys tuned in.
Yep. No, it's fine.
Bray Moon fucked me up hard. This is like a spoiler for week 1, but like
yeah.
part of the reason I played like I was trying to play really carefully, which you can't do as much with hyper offense, is because I was so fucking scared of that Breloom spore. That like the threat of it, and then when you told me it didn't even have spore, I was devastated.
It was like a last minute change for me to not have spore on there too. I was torn. Breloom definitely has like 4 slot moves syndrome for me at least.
Got a lot of good moves. So yeah, Breloom. We have frickin' Sylveon next.
Oh yes. Okay. I think you technically recommended me to get Sylveon.
Yeah.
Sienna.
So this was a fucking yeah. This is a story worth telling.
Oh,
So
yeah.
like one night in the middle of drafting, I had a dream that WAFFLOES drafted. WAFFLOES didn't have a second tier 1 yet. This was like right after Slowking, so WAFFLOES didn't have a second tier 1 yet. And I had a dream that WAFFLOES drafted Kyurem, and that WAFFLOES had a like this core with Corviknight and Kyurem, like double pressure, like PP stall, like mode, really like annoying stall core. That then and then like Sylveon as like the third pillar, as like the fairy for the fairy steel dragon. I literally dreamt that, and I was like, this is so like broken enough that I can tell. I should just tell WAFFLOES about this. Like it seems really funny, and so I just told WAFFLOES about this, and I think that he genuinely considered it for a second at least.
I thought
like,
about it. 'Cause I hadn't drafted a dragon yet.
Yeah, but Garchomp probably a more consistent choice overall, but God, I just thought it was such a funny dream. But you still picked up Sylveon, so you know, my dream was prophetic in some way.
Yeah, Sylveon's legit though. It's this is like in that X it actually gets to keep Mystical Fire, which it does not have in Scarlet and Violet, and that makes me so upset. It's got like Wish Passing, which is another good trait to have. It's a fairy. There's not a lot of good fairies, I feel like. Again, I got Clefable snagged for me, unfortunately. So they're just kind of honorary pink blob, pink dog. What did I get for that? Was it it's a water guy, Fish dose, Gyarados. I like Gyarados because I feel like it feels Morgan, you were like hardcore preparing for this guy, right?
Yeah.
He's scary. I feel like Moxie feels like a super easy win con, just like with Scarf or like with D-Dance. That feels like insanely good to me. There's also like the added Intimidate option too, which I like as a kind of like semi bulky water. I mean, it doesn't have recovery, but I feel like the typing is good enough, and it has stuff like like Toxic, Taunt, Scald, all that kind of stuff. I feel like it could work well enough in that role. And also like some funny tech, which I don't think I'll use, but it does get was it Celebrate or Happy Hour? Oh, it gets both. Never mind. Okay, yeah, it gets both. It gets that and Z Splash. So I'm just like, fuck it. It's funny.
Yep. Z Splash is hilarious. One of my favorites.
I was a bit of an old head with most of my picks. I feel like I saw some of these guys. I'm like Chandelure. I'll talk about them next. But like Chandelure was in tier 4 when I was much. I just assumed they were tier 3. I feel like I was like so caught in being like, oh, this Pokemon's so low, it's so good though, and I forget like power creep is just so messed up in Gen 9 and like Dex too. It's nuts to me. But yeah, Shandy, oh my gosh. I feel like all the good ghosts got kind of banned, right?
Yeah, it's Dragon Ball's banned.
Which is fair. Those guys are busted. Chandelure was like the next like big ghost guy in my head that I felt like could kind of break similarly to them. I feel like since though like Golden Joe and I don't know why I keep calling him Golden Joe and Pole were banned, I feel like people weren't really prepping for ghosts as much, so I felt like if I just put this big strong ghost main with like 145 special attack, by the way, that's ludicrous to me, and like 80 speed is fine. It has like passable enough bulk, which you may see in my first match, that like I could run like multitude sets on it. I was very happy I was able to get that. I was terrified I wouldn't get that. Galvantula, I just wanted a bug. I felt really bad.
Yeah.
I didn't get a bug earlier.
Webs is nice too.
I just like bugs a lot. I feel like there are probably better electric types I could have gotten, because I thought my team was kind of slow at this point. I don't know. Galvantula's cute. It gets webs. Compound Eyes, Thunder is pretty funny. I believe it's the fastest, or it was the fastest until I got Lycan Rock. But funny bug. That's pretty much my explanation for that guy.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Going down to you got like you got Snorlax next.
That's not best friend.
Yeah.
That's not best friend. I'm so glad I was able to like have an excuse to put Snorlax on my draft, because he's my fave. I love him. I needed a like a Blissey basically, or like a Ghost Resist that wasn't a T-Tar. It gets some fun stuff like a Z Belly Drum, and it gets Pursuit. It gets it's got fun wrist talk stuff. It has immunity and like thick fat. I feel like it's a Pokemon I'm so used to running just some like dumb like casual matches. I feel like I just know so much about it, and like how I'm able to splash it on teams that I feel like it wouldn't hurt to have. I think Pangoro after, yeah, Pangoro. I just wanted another fighting type that wasn't Braylon, because Braylon was pretty frail, and another dark type because T-Tar felt a little like too. I didn't want to rely too much on it as like my soul dark type, because I feel like too many people would be preparing for it and that'd be like stressful on team building. So and it gets Parting Shot is another thing. I almost drafted Devil. I think someone else got them.
Yeah, Lilly got Devil. Lilly, USA Lilly. Got Devil.
But Z Parting Shot is so fun.
Yep.
I don't know if you guys talked about it.
Yeah. I want to say on Snorlax, like I got like a little distracted. I want to say about it on Snorlax. Snorlax is such a good win condition for Tier 5.
Oh yeah.
Chris beats so many teams. It's so crazy.
If I can just get rid of the ghost, which I have in my freaking Mega,
yeah.
Like I just fucking sleep
click,
on him.
You click at the buttons.
Rest did get nerfed in Scarlet and Violet, which I kind of forgot about, but it should be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, and you talked about Pangoro, like the Z Parting Shot, all that other stuff. Pangora's cool. Paralyze is just cool. That's the most important thing. This is the boss.
Dope.
Arctivish.
I am so
Kind of
so
a
happy.
cool. Kind of a cool, like,
God.
Morgan counter team. Come on.
Which is funny because it wasn't actually brought against my team, and I wasn't even thinking about it, to be honest. Which makes it funnier that literally neither of us considered, like, Arctivish could kind of go crazy.
Arctivish, I'm so ready for Arctivish to go off in one of these matches. I picked it initially because I was looking for stuff with like water absorb and like strong drain, because I feel like that's just a good trait to have in our team. Like I was looking at Mantine, I was looking at Gastrodon, like Quagsire, and I landed on Arctivish because I didn't really have an ice type or like a fast ice type, and then I realized I have I don't know if there's spoilers. Well, I'm just gonna say it. Glowking gets Chilly Reception, and this guy's got Slush Rush with Freeze Dry and Vicious Rend. So this is basically just. I saw how low it was in tier 6, and I was like, this is just Iron Bundle. So I was just like, fuck it. It's Iron Bundle.
Yeah, this is Iron Bundle if you think about it.
It's kind of exactly like Iron Bundle.
If you think about it, like,
Bundle, if it was like different.
You look at them side by
like
side.
if Iron Bundle had 55 speed and 80 special attack.
It might appear to be different than Iron Bundle at first, but you'll find that to be a ruse.
If you turn it upside down.
Lycanroc Dawn is the last Pokemon that we have to talk about in draft. Why stream would take 1 hour. But yeah. What about Lycanroc Dawn?
Oh man, this feels disappointing.
You traded something for that, right? You had something different originally.
Yeah.
You had Haunter first.
Yeah. I traded a Haunter because I just felt like
Whoa! I accidentally opened Steam, so everybody saw Dubstep.
Dubstep. Oh my god. That was awesome. I wish I had more to say about our last guy.
I mean, Sandrush synergizes well with Tyranitar.
Yeah, it's a nice speed I have on my team. I feel like Haunter, which I previously had, wasn't really a good speed tier for my team.
Budget Sandrush user. It clicks good buttons. Like it can.
Yeah.
This is the one that gets Accelerock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I think the orange.
Dusk also gets Accelerock.
Yeah, the Cheetos one.
Dusk is like the good one, but then Dawn is like the fine one, and fucking whatever the fuck Midnight is the one that isn't very good at all.
It's Kenai. I don't really have much more to say about the dog, unfortunately.
You know what, though? I got one thing I can say as the last true comment of the night.
Yeah.
Lycanroc kind of got that dog in him. Honestly.
It's fucking true.
That's beautiful.
That's fucking true.
You gotta have that dog in there somewhere.
Well, we're done talking about Pokemon now. All the Pokemon have been talked about. I'm sorry, Morgan, slightly for how long this stream's been.
Fuck you, Sienna, because now I'm gonna play TF2, I'm gonna get a crate, and it's not gonna be worth $3. It's gonna be worth, like, 50 cents. Come on.
I know it's okay, but I'm also just like, fuck, this took like 4 hours. I didn't expect that, but I didn't account for the Sienna talking about Pokemon factor, where I can just talk about it forever, and it never ends.
It's funny.
But it's okay. Because now everybody knows intimately every Pokemon that everyone drafted.
Yeah.
Except for Mr. Mime. We kind of glossed over that guy. Oh, actually, do you have any final comments on your roster? We kind of talked about yours. I talked about it mostly, but do you have any like overarching thoughts on it that you want to say quickly?
I think you probably would have explained it better than I did.
Okay.
Basically, the main decision that I made was that I first drafted Excadrill, and then I'm like, I'll try. I guess I have to make a team for this guy.
Yep, that's basically what I said. Well, Alright. Yeah, the trades are open. You can see all the trades people did. We already talked about all of them, so it doesn't matter. Oh wait, I didn't put that. Fucking.
I got some prepping to do for Mr. Rhyme. It's a huge counter for my
Really?
team.
Yeah, Mr. Rhyme has a lot of.
Whoa, scary! SpongeBob would not look like that in the shows.
I don't know, he's kind of boss though.
He doesn't like making money, like flipping Krabby Patties, catching jellyfish.
Yeah. Anyways, I'll hop off.
Yeah,
Good luck with your TF2, Morgan.
Thank you.
Yeah. Pokemon. We'll actually play Pokemon next week. We'll see people playing Pokemon next week.
Yeah,
I promise.
and honestly, that'll probably take less time than talking about Pokemon.
Can you play TF2? Just like have the audio in the background and just have this picture up on screen the whole time.
Yeah.
New variety stream. Alright, I'm out.
Alright. Well, I hope you all enjoyed Pokemon Draft League. It was interesting. It was cool. You know, I hope that you've gotten an idea of what to expect. I will try and make it so when I'm talking about the battles, it's a bit more understandable, because I understand that for some people, listening to us talk about Pokemon like this, it probably like went completely over your head and you were like, what the fuck are these people saying? Basically, most important things to keep in mind is that speed is good, weather can happen, and teams have to be built around that, and Cloyster is the best one in the game. And I will win with Cloyster. You know, I lost my first battle, but I'll win with Cloyster. Yeah, that was 5 hours. I actually have needed to go to the bathroom for like the past 2 hours, so I'm so fucking glad we're done, just so I can take like the most like monster piss I'll ever take in my life. But when we come back, we'll have TF2 for a bit. I can't promise more than like an hour or two because it is almost midnight already, but I mean, I'm very excited to play more TF2. Apparently Versus Saxton Hale is broken though, which is very unfortunate because I would have loved to play that on stream. But we'll be able to play the other new maps. The other new maps, I've played some of them a little bit. They seem fun so far. But I will be right back.